Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Shifting Trails, Cabin in a Twisted Forest. I had been looking forward to this like a kid waiting for Christmas morning, the kind of anticipation that buzzes beneath your skin and keeps you awake at night. A week alone in a cabin deep in the woods, no emails, no calls, no deadlines. Just me and whatever solitude would choose to reveal. At least, that was the plan. The drive out had been longer than expected, gravel crunching under the tires, trees crowding in closer with every mile. I remember the way the afternoon sun filtered through the canopy, dappling the road with patches of golden shadow. It was the kind of light that made everything seem sharper, more real. I was still humming to myself, a half-forgotten tune, when I pulled off onto the narrow dirt track that led to the cabin. The cabin itself was modest, withered timber, a crooked chimney, windows that caught the fading light like dull amber. Inside, the air smelled faintly of pine and something older, like dust and worn leather. I dropped my bag on the rough-hewn table and ran my fingers over the grain. The place felt quiet. Not in that peaceful, settled way, but like it was holding its breath. I unpacked slowly, setting out the basics, a stack of books, a notebook, my old camera. Nothing fancy. The silence crept in as day slipped into evening. Outside, the wind shifted through the branches with a soft rustling, like whispered secrets. I caught the scent of damp earth and something else sharp, almost metallic. I shrugged it off. Probably just the forest settling down for the night. That first night was surprisingly cold. The thin quilt did little to stop the chill that seeped in through the walls. I lit a candle, watching the flame flicker and dance against the shadows. The quiet pressed closer, but I told myself it was just the unfamiliar. It had to be. Sleep was fitful. I dreamed of wandering paths that twisted and turned, never leading anywhere. When I woke, the sun was already high, pouring pale light through the curtains. Outside, the woods looked different, denser, almost menacing, though I'd only just arrived. I pulled on my boots, grabbed the map I'd brought, and stepped out. The trail was narrow, bordered by thick ferns and moss-covered stones. The air smelled fresher here, with a hint of something sweet and sour I couldn't place. Birds called overhead, but their songs were muffled, distant. I walked for an hour, following the path as it curved around a stand of birch trees. The bark was smooth under my hand, cool and slightly damp. I paused at a fork in the trail, consulting my map. I was sure the left path should lead back to a small clearing marked with a stream. But the markers on the trees, bright orange blazes, seemed to shift position, almost as if they'd been moved. I frowned. It made no sense. I double-checked the compass app on my phone, but it spun erratically, refusing to settle on a direction. Odd. I chose the left path anyway, trusting my instincts more than technology. The ground beneath my boots was soft, muffling my footsteps, but the deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to close in. The trees leaned closer, their branches tangled like arthritic fingers. I still can't explain it. The smell returned, stronger now, sour and metallic. I stopped, breathing it in, trying to place it. Gas. But from where? The trail became less distinct, shadows pooling beneath the thick canopy. I noticed a faint hissing sound, like air escaping from a slowly deflating tire. My hands trembled slightly as I scanned the underbrush, but all I saw were mossy logs and tangled roots. The sun was dipping lower, the light turning yellow and then orange. I checked the map again. The clearing should be just ahead, but it wasn't there. Nothing but trees. I felt a prickling at the back of my neck, and unease that wasn't quite fear but close. I told myself to stay calm, to retrace my steps. But the trail behind me looked unfamiliar, more overgrown, like I'd wandered off the beaten path. The orange blazes were gone. The hissing grew louder. I stopped and sat on a fallen log, trying to steady my breathing. The air tasted metallic now, sharp and acrid. My vision blurred at the edges, the trees seeming to sway slightly, as if the world itself was breathing. I shook my head, blinking hard. It had to be the heat or exhaustion. A noise caught my attention, a crunching sound, deliberate and slow. I turned sharply, heart thudding. Nothing. Just shadows and the rustling of leaves. Maybe a deer or a fox. But the sound repeated, closer this time, and I caught the faintest glimpse of movement, a dark shape slipping behind a tree. My throat tightened. "I'm not lost," I whispered to myself, though the words felt hollow. Just turned around. But even as I said it, I doubted the truth. The forest was changing, shifting in ways that made no sense. The air felt heavier, charged with something unseen. I stood and forced myself to walk, sticking to where the ground felt firm beneath my feet. The hissing was all around now, a low, constant hiss that seemed to seep into my ears and my skin. I covered my mouth, trying to block it out, but it was relentless. The sun set quickly, darkness pouring in like ink. My phone had no signal. The path had vanished. And somewhere in the distance, the hissing continued, steady and menacing. I was alone. And whatever was out here, it wasn't going away. The hissing didn't stop. Morning came with a dull gray light, seeping weakly through the cracked blinds. The air smelled different, sharp, metallic, almost like stale pennies mixed with the faintest hint of something chemical. I pulled on my boots and jacket, determined to find out what the hell was going on. Last night wasn't just my imagination. Something was wrong. Very wrong. I stepped outside and immediately felt it. The ground beneath my feet was oddly soft, almost spongy, like the earth had soaked up too much water. But the sky was dry, no recent rain. The trees, which should have been familiar by now, looked twisted, their branches tangled in ways they hadn't been the day before. I rubbed my eyes, blinking hard. Maybe I was still tired, still disoriented. I pulled out the map I'd brought, spread it on the hood of my car. It was supposed to be simple, a loop trail that would take me back to the main road in a couple of hours. But the landmarks didn't line up. A small creek marked on the map was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was a narrow ditch, filled with stagnant water and a faint oily sheen on top. The hissing was quieter now, but definitely still there. I followed its direction, trying to ignore the creeping nausea rising in my throat. My head felt thick, as if someone had replaced the air inside it with cotton. The trees thinned out to reveal a small clearing where the grass grew yellow and brittle. Near the center, a rusted metal pipe jutted out of the ground, hissing steadily, releasing a thin white vapor that disappeared into the cold air. I crouched, heart hammering. The pipe was old, corroded, and I recognized the faint, rotten egg smell in the air. I'd read about natural gas leaks, how they could seep silently from underground lines, causing all sorts of trouble, confusion, dizziness, even hallucinations. This had to be it. No ghosts. No shadow monsters. Just a leak, a dangerous one. I pulled my phone out and tried to call for help. No signal. Of course. The forest swallowed the signal whole. My fingers trembled as I dialed emergency services again, hoping for some miracle. Nothing. I shoved the phone back into my pocket, feeling the cold sweat bead on my forehead. I needed to get back to the cabin, to gather supplies, and figure out a plan. But turning around didn't make sense anymore. The trees seemed to have rearranged themselves overnight. The path I'd taken the day before was gone, replaced by unfamiliar underbrush and tangled roots. My compass spun in my hand like a toy, and I realized the metal pipe must be affecting the instruments nearby. Panic bubbled up in my chest. I fought it down, trying to think. The gas leak explained the strange smells and the hissing, but what about the movement I'd seen last night? The shadow slipping behind the tree? Was someone out here with me? Watching? Waiting? I stepped carefully back toward the cabin, eyes darting between the trees. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. A branch snapped off to my right. I froze. Hello? My voice cracked, barely a whisper. No answer. Just the rustling leaves and the distant hiss. Back at the cabin, I sealed the windows as best I could, stuffing towels into the cracks. The smell was stronger inside, a constant reminder of the invisible threat lurking nearby. I rummaged through my pack and pulled out the small gas detector I'd brought, more for peace of mind than necessity. The needle jumped wildly, confirming my suspicion. I sat on the floor, my back against the wall, and tried to calm my racing mind. I wasn't just dealing with a gas leak. The forest was a maze, confusing and cruel, and I was trapped inside it. And if someone else was here, someone who knew the land better than I did, I was in real trouble. The afternoon stretched on, slow and heavy. I forced myself to write notes, mapping the odd landmarks, trying to piece together a route. Every time I thought I recognized a tree or a rock formation, it changed. Like the forest was rearranging itself around me, or the gas was playing tricks on my senses. Outside, the hissing grew louder as the sun dipped low again. The shadows lengthened, swallowing the clearing in darkness. I heard a faint voice carried on the wind, impossible to place, maybe a shout or a cry. My skin tingled. I stood, heart pounding, torn between staying put or trying to follow the sound. Was it a rescue? Or something worse? I grabbed my jacket, pocketed the gas detector, and stepped outside once more. The forest was no longer just a backdrop. It was a living thing, unpredictable, dangerous, and maybe even hostile. The gas leak was the first piece of the puzzle, but there was more. Much more. The night swallowed me whole. Branches scraped against my face as I pushed deeper into the darkness, every step careful but urgent. The sound had vanished, leaving only the crackle of dry leaves beneath my boots and the faint hum of distant machinery. My breath came in shallow bursts, eyes darting between shadows that twisted into unfamiliar shapes. I knew this forest held secrets, and with every heartbeat, I felt closer to uncovering something that had been buried far too long. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a glimmering shard wedged between two gnarled roots. Kneeling, I reached out, fingers trembling as I lifted it. Cold metal, etched with symbols I couldn't decipher. The air shifted, an electric charge prickled my skin. Somewhere beyond the trees, a low rumble stirred, growing louder. I had no choice but to follow it. The rumble had turned into a steady drone by the time I reached the clearing. I scanned the edge of the clearing, where the drone seemed loudest. There. A faint glow, hazy and flickering, like a campfire's ghost. But no smoke. No crackling flames. Just an eerie phosphorescence that pulsed gently, almost like it was breathing. I took a cautious step forward. The ground beneath my boots suddenly felt spongy, unnaturally soft. I squatted down, pressed my fingers into the earth, and recoiled. The soil smelled sour, something rotten beneath the pine needles. A faint hiss sizzled beneath my ears, like a boiling kettle, but the air was still. No wind. No movement. Yet the sound persisted. I swallowed hard. The gas. That's what it had to be. The leak wasn't just disrupting my senses, it was saturating the very air I was breathing. I could taste it now, a faint metallic tang at the back of my throat, like licking a battery. My head throbbed, and for a moment, the edges of the clearing warped like a heat haze. The forest was bending around me. I caught a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye and spun. Nothing. Just trees. But the shadows felt wrong, the way they stretched and twisted. My pulse quickened. I was no longer just lost, I was trapped. The trails I'd memorized, the landmarks I'd counted on, they were lies now, illusions spun by this creeping, invisible menace. I needed to get back to the cabin. Safe ground. But when I turned, the trees seemed denser. The path I'd come down was gone, swallowed by darkness and thick underbrush. Panic gnawed at my ribs. I'd been walking for hours, circling without realizing it. The forest was a maze, and the gas was the architect. I pulled out my phone, no signal. Of course. I should have expected that. The isolation felt heavier than ever. I slid down against a tree trunk, the bark rough against my back, and tried to steady my breathing. My fingers shook as I traced the carvings on the metal shard, hoping for some sense, some direction. Instead, my mind scrambled, piecing together fragments of half-remembered warnings from the cabin's old guest book about strange disappearances around here. The gas was just the start. Why hadn't I noticed it sooner? The headaches, the dizziness easy to dismiss as exhaustion. The shifting trails, the warped landmarks, they weren't tricks of the mind alone. They were symptoms of something far more insidious. The gas leak was poisoning my senses, warping reality around me, and whoever or whatever had caused it was still out there. A faint sound tugged at the edge of my awareness. A low voice, maybe. Or the wind. I strained to listen, but only the drone and the hiss filled the air. Still, it was enough to make me jump up and peer into the darkness. Then I saw it, a faint glimmer of light between the trees, moving deliberately, methodically. Someone else was here. Hello? I called, voice uneven but loud enough to carry. Silence. The light vanished, swallowed by the forest. My stomach clenched. I wasn't alone, and that meant danger. I needed a plan. I couldn't wander blindly anymore. The gas was messing with my head, but I had to trust something, my instincts, my memories, anything. The cabin. Shelter. Maybe if I could retrace my steps by the stars, though even that seemed unreliable tonight. I reached into my pocket for the small compass I'd brought along, the one thing I could count on. The needle wavered wildly, spinning like a top. My breath caught. Even the compass was unreliable. The gas must be interfering with it too. I sank to the ground again, head in my hands. The cold metal shard felt heavier now, almost pulsing in my palm. The symbol seemed less like a code and more like a map, one I couldn't read but that promised answers if I followed it. But follow it where? Deeper into this nightmare? A sudden crack, branches snapping nearby, jerked me upright. I froze, heart hammering against my ribs. The forest was alive with unseen watchers. I swallowed, voice barely a whisper. I'm not a threat. No response. Just the drone, the hiss, and the oppressive silence. I realized then that turning back wasn't an option. The gas had seeped into the soil, the roots, the very air. It was a trap. The forest's shifting trails were no accident but a deliberate, natural maze designed to confuse and contain. And with every breath I took, I edged closer to losing myself completely. I slid the shard into my jacket pocket and stood, forcing myself to move forward, toward that faint light I'd seen. If there was someone else here, maybe they had answers. Or maybe they were the reason this place was so dangerous. The night closed in, thick and suffocating. My footsteps echoed hollowly, swallowed quickly by the damp earth. Somewhere, distant but growing, the low rumble shifted, like machinery powering up. I didn't know what waited ahead, but I couldn't stop now. Not after everything. Not when the forest itself had become a predator. I took a deep breath, tasting the bitter, metallic air, and stepped into the unknown. Shadows twisted between gnarled trees, whispering secrets I wasn't ready to hear. Each heartbeat urged me deeper, toward truth or ruin. Branches clawed at my jacket as I pressed onward, the undergrowth thickening until every step was a labor. The rumble pulsed beneath my feet now, a mechanical heartbeat syncing with my own. I glanced up there, between the skeletal trunks, a faint glow flickered, unnatural and persistent. Something moved just beyond that light, deliberate and slow. I froze, senses sharp. A figure emerged, half shrouded in shadow, its eyes reflecting the eerie luminescence like twin embers. It didn't speak, but the weight of its gaze was a language all its own, warning, invitation, or threat, I couldn't tell. The ground vibrated suddenly, a low, grinding sound rolling through the trees. I stumbled backward, heart hammering, as metal and wood groaned in protest. From the depths of the forest, shapes began to take form, hulking silhouettes of rusted gears and twisted vines intertwined, machinery fused with nature in grotesque harmony. The predator wasn't just the forest anymore. It was the forest and the machine, evolving into something neither wholly alive nor entirely dead. My mind reeled, but my legs moved on instinct, driven by a resolve that burned brighter than fear. Ahead, the glow brightened, revealing the entrance to a cavernous hollow where the forest's secret pulsed, the source of the rumble, the heart of this mechanical wild. I stepped inside, shadows swallowing me whole, knowing there was no turning back. The cavern swallowed me whole before I even had a chance to blink. The air inside was thick, thicker than outside, like breathing through a damp blanket. My lungs burned as I forced a slow, steady breath, tasting something sour and metallic at the back of my throat. I swallowed hard, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of my own gulp echoing unnaturally in the hollow. Around me, the walls pulsed faintly, alive with shadows that didn't quite belong to the forest. I had expected darkness, but this was something else entirely. The ground beneath my boots wasn't earth anymore. It was cold metal, slick and uneven, with patches of moss trying desperately to cling to its rusted surface. The grinding noise from outside was louder now, a deep, mechanical growl that seemed to crawl beneath my skin. It wasn't just the forest, this place was a beast of its own, breathing and moving in slow, deliberate rhythms. A sudden shudder ran through the floor, and I stumbled, catching myself against a twisted girder wrapped in vines. The metal was warm to the touch, pulsing like a faint heartbeat. I pressed my palm harder, trying to steady myself, but my fingers trembled. The vines seemed to twitch, as though they were watching me, waiting. I swallowed again, trying to chase down the panic rising in my chest. The eyes from before, the glowing embers in the dark, were still burning in my mind. They hadn't blinked, hadn't moved, just held me in their gaze. What did they want? Was it a warning or an invitation? Or something darker? I moved forward, each step a careful negotiation with the uncertain ground. The air smelled sharp, like ozone mixed with something rotten and chemical, a scent that made my stomach churn. I fought the urge to gag, but still pressed on, drawn deeper into the hollow. The walls here weren't just metal and vines, they were wires and pipes, half buried in the earth, some leaking a faint hiss of gas that made my ears ring. I knew, somehow, this was the source. The reason the forest had twisted, the trails that shifted beneath my feet, the landmarks that bent and warped like reflections in a disturbed pond. It wasn't a trick of the mind. It was gas, dangerous, invisible, creeping into my senses and pulling the world apart. But why? And who had left it here? A sudden clatter echoed through the hollow, sharp against the low rumble. I still can't explain it. My head snapped toward the sound, heart thudding so hard it nearly drowned out everything else. There was movement, something or someone slipping between the shadows. I caught a glimpse of fabric, dark and ragged, blending into the gloom like a second skin. "Hello?" My voice cracked, brittle and uncertain, swallowed by the cavern's vastness. No answer. Just a steady drip of water somewhere far off and the faint hiss of gas escaping through a cracked pipe. I forced my legs to move toward the noise, every nerve screaming to run, but some part of me, maybe stubbornness, maybe foolishness, kept me rooted there, inching closer. The figure vanished deeper into the hollow, swallowed by a tangle of cables and rusted machinery. "Wait!" I called again, louder this time. "I'm not here to hurt you." Silence. Complete silence. The air grew colder suddenly, and a dry cough racked my chest. I pressed a hand to my mouth, tasting the acrid sting of smoke or chemicals. The gas was thick here, unmistakable now, a living thing that twisted my thoughts and blurred my vision at the edges. I blinked hard and forced my eyes to focus on a panel mounted to the wall, a faded sticker labeled gas control peeling at the edges. Levers and dials stared back at me like dead eyes. I reached out, fingers trembling, and touched one of the switches. Nothing happened. Then, a voice, low, gravelly, barely a whisper, cut through the silence from somewhere behind me. "You don't belong here." I spun, breath catching. The figure was there, just beyond the dim radius of my flashlight, a man maybe a few years older than me, his face half hidden in shadow. His eyes were sharp, suspicious. "I'm just passing through," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I didn't mean to passing through." He laughed, bitter and dry. "No one just passes through anymore. Not when this place is broken." "Broken how?" I asked, edging closer despite every instinct screaming to back away. He shifted, eyes darting nervously. "They don't warn people. They don't fix the leak. Just let it spread, twisting the forest, messing with your head." His voice dropped, almost a growl. "Makes you see things that aren't there, forget where you came from. Traps you." That hit too close to home. "You mean the gas?" He nodded grimly. "Yeah. It's worse than you think. People sent to clean it up never come back. Others go mad, wander until the forest swallows them whole." I swallowed hard. "What about you? How'd you get here?" A bitter smile tugged at his lips. "Got caught in it. Tried to leave, but the trails just changed. Every path led me deeper. I'm stuck." I looked down, the floor slick beneath my feet, vines creeping closer like they wanted to pull me under. The gas hissed softly, a serpent's whisper curling around my thoughts. "Is there a way out?" I asked, voice barely audible over the hum of leaking gas. He shook his head. "Not unless you know the pattern. The forest shifts with the leak like it's alive, changing to trap you." The weight of that hit me. I'd been fighting my own senses all along, blaming exhaustion, stress, maybe even paranoia. But this was something real. Something deadly. I looked up, meeting his eyes in the dim light. "We have to figure this out. Together." He hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Maybe. But we don't have much time. The gas, it's getting worse. It's already in our heads." A sudden sharp sound, a metallic clang, echoed through the hollow, closer this time. We both froze. "Someone else?" I whispered. The man's jaw tightened. "Or something else." The walls seemed to close in, the hiss of gas louder now, thick in my throat. my vision blurred, colors smearing at the edges like wet paint. I blinked rapidly, trying to clear the fog. "Stay close," he said, voice urgent now, pulling me toward a narrow passage between two giant gears. My hands trembled as I followed, the cold metal biting into my palms. Every step felt heavier, the air thicker with poison and dread. Something moved ahead, quick, silent, just beyond the reach of my light. A shadow slipping through the mechanical bones of the forest's heart. I swallowed again, tasting bitter fear mixed with the sharp tang of adrenaline. This wasn't just about getting out anymore. It was about surviving. And the forest, with its rusted veins and creeping gas, wasn't done with me yet. The night air was brittle, sharp enough to slice through the thick haze that still clung to my lungs. I kept replaying the moments before we'd stumbled into this place, the way the forest had warped around us like a living trap. The shifting trails, the twisted landmarks, they weren't tricks of the mind or ghosts haunting the woods. They were the symptoms of something far more insidious, a natural gas leak, so potent and pervasive that it was fraying the edges of our senses, turning reality into a hall of mirrors. I rubbed my temples, trying to steady the dizziness that lingered. The last thing I remembered clearly was that metallic clang, the shadow moving just out of reach, and the oppressive weight of the gas like a thick, wet blanket smothering my thoughts. It was all too much. And yet, here we were, alive, if only barely. He coughed, a cracked, rattling sound that made me flinch. "We need to get out," he said, voice hoarse. "Before this place kills us." I nodded, swallowing past the bitterness that coated my tongue. "But how?" "The trails. They don't make sense. They shift." He shook his head. "I know. The gas, it's messing with your brain, messing with mine too. It tricks you into seeing things that aren't there. Or worse, hiding things that are." His gaze dropped to the floor, conflicted. "We've been walking in circles." I thought about the hours before the gas had overwhelmed us, how the forest had turned into a labyrinth, each familiar tree replaced with a stranger, every path folding back on itself like a cruel joke. I'd blamed myself, my nerves, my imagination, but it wasn't me. It was the gas. There was a long silence, broken only by the faint drip of condensation somewhere deeper in the chamber. I could taste the metallic tang in the air, bitter and stale, like old pennies pressed against my tongue. My hands still trembled, catching the edge of a cold pipe and forcing myself to breathe slow and steady. "We need fresh air," I said finally. "I can't think straight in here." He nodded, pushing himself up with a grunt. "There's an exit. A maintenance hatch near the south wall. But it's narrow, and it might be stuck." I followed him, each step echoing hollowly against the metal. The gas hissed faintly, a reminder of the danger still lurking just beyond the door. Outside, the forest waited, untouched and indifferent, its dark branches swaying in the cold wind. We reached the hatch. I pressed my shoulder against the rusted door, feeling the grit of years of neglect biting into my skin. It didn't budge. He joined me, and together we pushed, grunting, straining against the stubborn metal. "Almost," he muttered, teeth clenched. And then, with a reluctant groan, it gave way. A rush of cold, pine-scented air flooded in, sharp enough to choke me, but it was the first real breath I'd taken in what felt like forever. We crawled out, blinking against the sudden brightness of moonlight filtered through thick branches. The forest was quiet, save for the distant call of an owl and the rustle of dry leaves underfoot. But the relief was fragile, like a fragile thread stretched too thin. "I'll admit," I said, voice shaking a little, "I'm not sure I want to look back." He chuckled softly, a sound that felt foreign but welcome. "Neither do I." He paused, then added, "But we have to. Someone needs to know about that gas leak. If it's been messing with people's heads, trapping them out here." I swallowed hard. The thought of others lost, confused, maybe worse, made my stomach twist. We'll figure it out. Together. For the first time since this nightmare began, I felt something like hope. Not because the forest was safe far from it, but because I wasn't alone. There was still a chance to survive, to escape the distorted wilderness that had tried to swallow me whole. The walk back to the cabin was slow, deliberate. Every familiar landmark was no longer a trick but a signpost guiding me home. The forest's whispers felt less threatening, more like a warning I was finally ready to heed. When I finally stepped inside the cabin, the wooden floor creaked beneath my boots, grounding me in reality. I opened the windows wide, letting the cold night air chase away the stale poison that had clung to every corner. The scent of pine and earth seeped in, mingling with the faint smell of burnt coffee from the morning. I sank into the worn armchair by the fire pit, though I didn't light a match. I just sat, letting the quiet settle over me like a balm. My hands stopped trembling, the fog in my mind slowly lifting. The forest outside was still there, unchanging, unknowable, but I was different now. I'd come seeking solitude, a break from the noise of the world. Instead, I found something darker, something that challenged the very way I perceived reality. The gas leak had distorted the forest, yes. But it had also stripped away my illusions, forced me to confront my own fragility. The man, who I finally learned was named Sam, joined me moments later. We shared a silence that needed no words. Neither of us wanted to speak of what might have waited in the shadows, or the lingering sense that we were still being watched. But we also knew we couldn't stay. The forest wouldn't let us linger in peace. By dawn, we had packed the essentials, ready to leave this place behind. The sun rose slow and orange, casting long shadows that no longer twisted into lies. I took a last look at the cabin, the trees, the trails that had once betrayed me. And I realized I would carry this place with me. The fear, the confusion, the strange beauty of a forest that was as much a trap as it was a refuge. As we stepped onto the worn path leading back to civilization, I glanced over at Sam. "What now?" He shrugged, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Now, we make sure no one else gets lost out here." I nodded, feeling the weight of that promise settle deep in my chest. The forest had changed me. It had shown me how fragile our senses are, how easily reality can unravel. But it had also reminded me of something stronger, our will to survive, to make sense of chaos, and to find a way back from the edge. Even if the echoes of that place never truly fade. Story 2, The Repository of Lost Memories, Haunting Relics Unearthed. The Repository of Lost Things wasn't exactly the kind of place most people dreamed of working in. I arrived just as the sky was a dull gray, the kind of morning that makes the world feel soft and uncertain, like it hasn't quite decided what it wants to be yet. The door protested with a long, low creak when I pushed it open, and the thin scent of lemon polish mixed with something older, maybe wood rot or forgotten things, hit me immediately. The air was cool, but not cold, and the walls around the narrow hallway were lined with shelves crammed full of boxes, jars, and little trinkets. A faint humming from the old ventilation system buzzed overhead, rattling the loose plaster, a background noise I'd come to depend on. I hung my coat on the rack near the entrance, the fabric catching on a rough nail. I always found the texture of the plaster walls fascinating, uneven, like the building had been patched together one piece at a time. My fingers traced a small crack running along the corner, feeling the cool grit beneath my nails. It was a tactile reminder that the repository was older than anyone could really say. No one knew who'd started it, or why, but it had been collecting lost things for as long as the neighborhood had existed. Things people had misplaced, forgotten, or maybe just abandoned. My job as curator was simple in theory: catalog, preserve, and occasionally help visitors find something they believed they'd lost. It was more like babysitting a chaotic museum of personal histories and stray memories. Most days were uneventful. Today was supposed to be just another normal Tuesday. I made my way down the main corridor, past rows of shelves that seemed to stretch endlessly in both directions. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered with a rhythmic buzz, casting a pale, flickering glow that made every shadow look a little too long. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, sharp and sudden, then silence. Complete silence. I reached my office, a cramped space jammed with filing cabinets and stacks of notebooks. The window looked out onto a narrow alley where the light barely touched the cracked pavement. I sat down heavily in the creaky chair and flicked on the desk lamp. The warm yellow circle it cast felt comforting against the sterile white of the overhead lights. As I sorted through the morning's inventory slip, I noticed something odd in the list, an entry labeled simply as photograph unknown. Nothing more. The repository's records rarely contain such vague descriptions. Usually, items came with at least a shred of context, a name, a date, a place. I frowned and flipped to the shelf where the photograph was supposed to be. The photo was tucked inside an old envelope, yellowed and brittle, the edges curled like the pages of a forgotten book. I pulled it up carefully and held it up to the light. The image was black and white, showing a group of people standing in front of a house that looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place it. The faces were blurry, almost out of focus, but one woman's eyes caught me. Sharp, clear, and somehow intimate. I blinked. Why did she look like someone I should know? I put the photo down and rubbed my temples. Maybe I was tired. It was early yet. I picked up a magnifying glass and examined the back of the photo. Nothing but a faint smudge that might have been a date once, now illegible. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. The repository was full of things tied to people's memories, old letters, forgotten toys, broken watches, but none had ever felt like pieces of me before. I told myself it was just coincidence, or maybe my imagination running wild. The building hummed quietly around me, like a living thing breathing in the half-light. Somewhere, a floorboard creaked. I glanced toward the door, half expecting to see someone standing there, but the hallway was empty, silent except for the steady buzz of the lights. I decided to take a break and wander toward the cafe across the street. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, mixing with the rich smell of coffee and warm pastries. The barista, a young woman with bright red hair and a smattering of freckles, gave me a nod. "Morning, Tom." "The usual?" she asked, already reaching for the espresso machine lever. I smiled, grateful for the normalcy of it. "Thanks, Lisa." "Yeah, that'd be great." While I waited, I stared out the window at the street beyond. A man in a rumpled suit shuffled past, clutching a briefcase. A kid on a bike zipped by, laughing. Nothing unusual. Yet the photo still lingered in my mind, the woman's eyes sharp and accusing, as if she wanted me to remember something I couldn't. Back at the repository, I sat down with my coffee and pulled the photo back out. I turned it over again and again, tracing the faint creases with my fingertips. A name whispered at the edge of my memory, but it slipped away every time I tried to grasp it. Later, as I filed the photo away, I noticed a small slip of paper tucked inside the envelope. It hadn't been there before. Or maybe I hadn't seen it. The handwriting was neat but hurried. "Remember what is in yours." I stared at the words, a chill creeping over my skin despite the warmth of the room. The phrase made no sense. I folded the slip carefully and slipped it into my pocket. The day wore on, the usual visitors drifting in and out, their voices low, their eyes often distant. I helped a woman find a locket she'd lost for decades, watched a young man pore over a box of old concert tickets, and heard the faint ticking of a clock somewhere deep inside the repository's walls. But the photograph haunted me. I found myself drawn back to it again and again, as if it were a puzzle I was meant to solve. The building seemed to close in around me, the musty air thickening, the shadows growing longer. I could swear I heard footsteps echoing in the empty hallways, soft and deliberate. I told myself it was nothing. Just the building settling, the usual creaks and groans of an old place. Still, as I locked up for the night, the phrase from the slip of paper echoed in my mind. Remember what is in yours. I paused by the door, the cold night air rushing in, smelling faintly of rain and distant smoke. The streetlights flickered, casting fractured shadows on the cracked pavement. Something was off. I couldn't say what. But I knew I was no longer just a caretaker of lost things. Somehow, I'd become part of their story. And the repository was watching. The night didn't let me go easily. Back in my cramped apartment, I sat at the kitchen table, the wooden surface scarred with years of careless cuts and coffee stains. The photograph from the repository lay face up in front of me. The faces were blurred just enough to be unsettling, like they wanted to hide but couldn't quite succeed. I traced the edges with my finger, the paper rough and brittle under my skin. None of those people looked familiar, but something about their posture, the way their eyes caught the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, it stirred a faint, impossible ache inside my chest. I told myself it was nonsense. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something crucial. The clock ticking somewhere inside that building had been louder than usual. Not just a settling noise anymore, deliberate, steady. Like a heartbeat. The next morning, I arrived early, the sky still a pale gray smear with the scent of rain hanging in the air. The city was waking up slowly, and the usual distant hum of traffic was punctuated by a dog barking somewhere down the street. Inside the repository, the musty smell wrapped around me like a thick blanket, and the flickering fluorescent lights overhead cast long, jittery shadows. I found myself drawn back to the same box of concert tickets, the ones I'd been studying the night before. They lay scattered on the table, yellowed and curling at the edges. I picked up the top ticket, a faded stub from a local punk show in '82. The handwriting on the back was neat but hurried, for Jenny, remember the night we almost got caught. The name was unfamiliar, yet when I said it out loud, my throat tightened. Jenny. Who was she? I flipped through more tickets, postcards, scraps of paper with half-remembered scribbles. Then, tucked under a brittle envelope, I found a small, folded note. The handwriting was different, shaky, almost childlike. You don't belong here. They're watching. Don't forget. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I shoved the note into my pocket and stood up, the wooden floor creaking beneath my boots. Something about the note felt urgent, desperate. I needed to know who wrote it and why. I decided to check the employee records. Maybe there was a clue in the people who had worked here before me. The archives were on the second floor, behind a door marked staff only that creaked open like it hadn't been used in years. Inside, the air was thicker, dust motes swirling in the weak sunlight filtering through grimy windows. Rows of metal filing cabinets stood like silent sentinels. I pulled open drawers one by one, the smell of old paper and rust filling the space. Names, dates, photographs, faces I didn't recognize, but some that made my stomach twist. There was a photo of a man I could swear I'd seen before, though I had no memory of him. His eyes were sharp, accusing, and he wore a lopsided smile like he knew a secret. I thumbed through more files until I found a folder labeled simply, Missing. Inside were records of people who had worked or volunteered here and then vanished without explanation. Names crossed out, dates erased, notes scrawled in the margins, unaccounted for, no contact, gone. I sat back against the wall, the rough plaster scraping my skin through my shirt. My hands trembled. Why had no one told me about this? I heard footsteps on the stairwell, slow, measured. I froze, staring at the folder in my lap. The hallway outside was empty when I peeked out, but the sound lingered like a shadow. Later, I met with Mara, the librarian who'd shown me around during my first week. Her hair was a wild tangle of curls, and she had this habit of tapping her pen against her lip when she was thinking. I found her shelving old newspapers in the reading room, the smell of ink and paper thick enough to taste. "I've been digging," I said, lowering my voice. "There are files, people who disappeared. Employees, volunteers. No records after a certain point. It's like they just vanished." Mara's eyes flickered with something. Fear? Recognition? She glanced over her shoulder as if expecting someone to overhear. "You're not the first to notice," she said quietly. "But it's dangerous to ask too many questions here. The repository doesn't like loose ends." I tried to press her, but she just shook her head. "Be careful. Sometimes the past is better left buried." Her warning felt like a slap. I wanted to argue, to say I needed to know more, but the heaviness in the air made my voice catch. Instead, I nodded and left, the echo of my footsteps loud in the empty corridor. That afternoon, I returned to the photograph, the one that kept pulling me back. I stared at the faces again, running my fingers over the glass of the frame. One face stood out. A woman with tired eyes and a faint scar above her brow. She looked out of place, like she belonged somewhere else, some other time. I swore I knew her. I flipped the frame over, hoping for a clue. On the back, scribbled in faded ink, was a date, 1976. And a name, Eleanor. I whispered it, tasting the word. Eleanor. I had never heard that name before. But the ache inside me grew, a gnawing sense that I was encroaching on something personal, something erased. That night, I stayed late, the building's silence pressing in on me. I wandered the hallways, the flickering lights casting jittery shapes on peeling wallpaper. I passed the old clock tower room, where the ticking I'd heard before seemed louder, more insistent. I pressed my ear to the cold wooden door. Tick. 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 The sound wasn't coming from a clock. It was too steady, too mechanical. Someone was inside. I walked away quickly, heart thudding so loudly it drowned out everything else. I couldn't stop the cold sweat soaking my shirt. The repository was alive in ways I hadn't imagined. And it was watching me. As I left, the rain started, soft at first, then heavier, drumming against the windows like a warning. I pulled my coat tighter around me, the damp chill sinking into my bones. "Remember what is in yours." The phrase echoed again, louder this time. I had to find out who Eleanor was, and why her face haunted me like a ghost. Because the repository wasn't just a place for lost things. It was a place that stole memories. And maybe, just maybe, it was trying to steal mine. The rain had turned from a steady drum to a relentless cascade by the time I slipped back into the repository. I paused just inside the main hall, the scent of damp plaster and aged paper filling my nostrils. The place was quiet, unnervingly so. The kind of quiet that made you imagine sounds, footsteps, whispers, creaks that weren't really there. My skin prickled, and I ran a hand over the rough edge of a peeling wall tile, trying to ground myself. I needed to know what was inside that room. I had to. I glanced around. The hallway was empty. No sign of whoever had been in there before. Maybe I'd imagined it. The thought was a small, bitter comfort. I stepped forward, the soles of my shoes scuffing softly against the threadbare carpet. The door to the clock tower room was cracked open, a sliver of dim light spilling out. The ticking grew louder, more insistent, as if it welcomed me in. I pushed the door slowly, the hinges groaning like an old man waking from a nap. Inside, The room was a mess of shadows and dust motes floating in the stale air. The clock tower itself loomed in the center, its inner workings exposed like the ribs of some great beast. Gears and cogs spun, but not in a way that made sense. The ticking wasn't coming from the clock's mechanism, but from a small, battered tape recorder sitting on a workbench. I crouched to examine it, fingers trembling slightly. The tape hissed as I pressed play. "Remember what isn't yours," a voice whispered, hoarse and urgent. I jerked back, heart skipping a beat. The voice was familiar. Eleanor's voice. How could it be? I'd never met her. At least, I thought I hadn't. The tape continued, fragments of a conversation, a warning perhaps. "You don't belong here." "Not really. The repository takes and replaces. It's rewriting stories, erasing the past to build its own. You're next if you don't leave. If you can." Goosebumps rose on my arms. I sat back on my heels, the chill deepening as cold dread pulled in my stomach. It made no sense. How could a building do that? Buildings don't rewrite histories. People do. I stood abruptly, the tape recorder clicking off. The room felt smaller now, walls closing in with oppressive weight. I knew one thing for certain: the repository wasn't just a museum of forgotten objects. It was a machine to erase, to steal, to overwrite lives. I had been a curator, a caretaker of lost things. But now, I was part of its story, whether I liked it or not. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway outside, soft but deliberate. My breath caught. I pressed my back against the wall, heart thudding so loudly I was sure it would betray me. The door handle rattled gently. "Looking for me?" came a voice, low and calm. I peeked around the doorframe to see Thomas, one of the senior archivists. His eyes were dark, unreadable. He held a thin folder close to his chest, like a shield. I heard the tape," I stammered, trying to steady my voice. Thomas nodded, stepping inside, shutting the door behind him. "Most people don't get that far," he said quietly. "You're curious. Dangerous." I swallowed hard. What is this place, really? What are you all doing here? He hesitated, then sighed. The repository isn't just a building. It's a system. Everything here, every object, every file links to someone's memory. When people lose their pasts, or when their histories don't fit the narrative we want, well, we make adjustments. I blinked, the room tilting slightly. Adjustments? You mean you erase memories? He shrugged, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. We don't call it that. We say we archive. We preserve. But sometimes preservation means replacement. My throat tightened. People don't just lose things here. They lose themselves. Thomas nodded slowly. Exactly. And the more you dig, the more you risk becoming unmoored. Like Eleanor. I swallowed the lump forming in my throat. She's real? Real enough, he said. She tried to expose us. She paid a price. That's why her face haunts you. You're connected now. You've seen too much. I shook my head, trying to push down the rising panic. I want out. I want to leave. He stepped closer, voice dropping. It's not that simple anymore. Once the repository claims you, there's no going back. You're part of the collection now. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. I looked away, heart pounding harder, breath shallow and quick. I thought of the faces on those old photographs, the ones I recognized but couldn't place. the memories I never lived. And now, the warning on the tape. I was standing on the edge of something vast and unknowable, and the only way forward was deeper in. Thomas reached into his pocket and pulled out a small key, its metal surface worn smooth. This opens a door few know about. The real archives. If you want answers, you'll need to see it for yourself. I hesitated. The rain hammered against the windows like a drumbeat urging me on. My fingers closed around the cold key, the weight of it anchoring me to a decision I couldn't undo. "All right," I said quietly. "Show me." He smiled thinly. "Welcome to the point of no return." As we moved through the labyrinthine halls, shadows shifted in the corners of my vision. The air grew colder, heavier. The familiar scent of dust and damp was now laced with something sharper, fear, maybe, or regret. The door Thomas unlocked revealed a staircase spiraling down into darkness. The faint hum of fluorescent lights flickered somewhere below, but it was the silence that pressed in most. Thick, suffocating silence. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes, the building itself watching us descend. I swallowed hard, pushing doubt and dread aside. Whatever this place was, whatever it was doing to people's pasts, I was trapped inside now. No way out. And the repository was just beginning to write me into its story. The staircase groaned beneath our feet, a low, protesting creak that seemed to echo down into the depths of whatever waited below. The fluorescent lights buzzed intermittently, flickering in lazy, unpredictable rhythms, casting long, twitching shadows that stretched and recoiled like living things. I caught a glimpse of my own face in a cracked pane of glass wedged in the stairwell, a pale, haunted look that I barely recognized. The eyes staring back seemed to carry the weight of years I hadn't lived, memories that had been stolen and rewritten. "We're close," Thomas whispered, voice low and steady, but it didn't calm me. The silence around us was deeper than before. Not just absence of sound, but a presence, a thick, viscous quiet that pressed against my eardrums, making every breath a labor. The walls narrowed, rough plaster crumbling under my fingertips as I steadied myself against the chill. I could hear something, no, someone just beyond the last step. A soft clicking, rhythmic and deliberate. Like a typewriter. Or a metronome. It stopped the moment we reached the bottom. The room opened up suddenly, swallowed in shadows. A single overhead lamp flickered erratically above a low metal table scattered with papers, photographs, and objects. Old things. Things I recognized too well, but shouldn't have. A cracked porcelain cup with a faded floral pattern. The edges worn smooth, like it had been handled 1,000 times. A pair of round glasses, bent and dusty. A child's shoe, scuffed and small. Each item seemed to hum with familiarity, tugging at the edges of my mind. And then I saw it, a photograph pinned to the wall, curling at the edges. A smiling woman with dark hair, eyes that shone with warmth. She looked out at me, and my breath caught because I knew her. I didn't want to know her, but I had to. "Who is she?" I asked, voice barely a whisper. Thomas didn't answer. Instead, he moved to the table, rifling through the papers with a practiced hand. "You're beginning to understand," he said finally, eyes locked on me. "These pieces, they belong to people who came here before you. People whose pasts were rewritten." I swallowed hard, the room tilting slightly. "Why? How?" He shrugged, a gesture so small it might have been missed. "Because this place needs a story. A history it can control. People come here with their lives and their memories, and the repository takes what it wants. Leaves them with blanks. Fragments. A new narrative written over the old." I wanted to argue, to scream that it couldn't be true, but the evidence was all around me in the objects, in the faces looking back from cracked photographs, in the hollow spaces where memory should have been. Why me? I asked. Why am I part of this? Thomas looked away, jaw tight. Because you're curious. Because you asked questions you shouldn't have. Because the building senses it can use you. And you can't leave. Not now. The words hit me like a blow. I swallowed again, dry and bitter. The air was thick and cold, and sweat prickled at the nape of my neck despite the chill. Suddenly, a soft shuffle from the corner of the room. I whipped my head around, heart hammering. A figure stepped out from the shadows, tall and thin, face obscured by darkness. I couldn't make out the features, but the presence was unmistakable, deliberate, watching, waiting. Did you think you'd come this far without encountering someone? The voice was calm, almost polite, but threaded with menace. You're trespassing where you don't belong. Thomas stiffened beside me, but said nothing. The figure moved closer, and as the weak light flickered, I caught a glimpse of their eyes, cold, calculating, empty of anything human. Why do you do this? I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. Why erase people's pasts? Because memories are fragile. And stories are power, the figure replied smoothly. If we control the narrative, we control everything. People forget their histories, their pain, their failures, and they become easier to manage. I looked down at the cracked porcelain cup, then back at the figure. You're destroying people. Rebuilding, they corrected. You don't get it. The world outside is chaos. Here, we create order. Order. The word tasted bitter and wrong. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists. I wanted to run, to scream, to tear down every shadowed corner of this place. But I was trapped. The stairs behind us were swallowed in darkness, the only light a flickering, unreliable promise. Thomas, I said sharply, what do we do? He met my gaze, eyes dark and unreadable. We survive. We find the truth. And then we decide if this place is worth fighting. The figure stepped closer still, voice dropping to a whisper. You've already been rewritten. You just don't know it yet. A cold laugh escaped me, hollow and brittle. Then maybe it's time I remembered. The air shifted, heavy with threat and possibility. The walls seemed to close in, the silence roaring louder than any scream. I was caught in the center of a storm I couldn't escape, a story written in shadows and secrets. And the repository had only just begun its next chapter. The lights flickered once more and died. Darkness swallowed us whole. The morning light outside the repository was weaker than usual, filtered gray through the thick glass and smudges on the windows. I stood by the main desk, the air stale, smelling faintly of old paper and dust stirred up from shelves. The sound of a distant lawnmower buzzed, but inside, silence was heavier than ever. I ran my fingers over the worn wood, noticing a small chip near the edge, the rough grain catching under my nails. I'd spent weeks unraveling the repository's secrets, and now, finally, I understood what it had been doing, what it still was doing to the people who came here. The objects weren't just lost things. They were anchors to memories, to identity. But the repository wasn't preserving them. It was rewriting history, erasing pasts, and weaving new stories from nothing. I'd seen it in the faces behind the objects, in the fragments of lives that didn't belong to anyone anymore. And worst of all, in the mirror. I realized I was one of those rewritten lives too. I sat down heavily, the chair creaking under me. The catalog lay open on my lap, a list of names and dates that no longer matched the people I thought I was. I traced a finger down a column, stopping at a name I recognized, mine. The entry was incomplete, missing years I remembered clearly, replaced with gaps and strange annotations. I should have been furious, or terrified, but instead, a hollow calm settled over me. This place had taken something essential, but knowing the truth felt like the first step toward reclaiming it. I knew I had to confront the curator, the man who'd overseen all this and let the building do its quiet, terrible work. His office was tucked away behind a false wall in the east wing, a door disguised as shelving. I found it without much trouble, the paint peeling in the lock old but not rusty. I hesitated, hand on the doorknob, the scent of damp plaster and mildew thick in the narrow hall. A faint hum of fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering once then steadying. Inside, the room was dim, cluttered with files and half-empty coffee cups. He was there, older than I expected, his face lined with fatigue and something else, regret, maybe? He looked up when I entered, surprise flickering across his eyes, quickly masked. "You've seen too much," he said quietly. "I needed to," I replied, my voice steadier than I thought possible. "This place, what it's doing, it's wrong. People come here to remember. Instead, you're erasing them." He sighed, rubbing his temples. "It's not that simple. The repository exists because memories fade. People lose themselves. We offer a chance to reset, to start again. Sometimes that means letting go of what's broken." Broken? My hands clenched into fists. "You don't get to decide what's broken. These aren't just objects or memories. They're lives, real lives." He looked at me then, something flickering behind tired eyes. "You don't understand. You're part of this now. The repository chose you because you were lost, too." I shook my head, the room spinning slightly. "No, I'm not lost. Not like this." I stood up, the chair scraping sharply against the floor. "I'm going to fix this. We both are." He didn't argue. Instead, he slid a thin folder across the desk. "This is everything we have on the process, the way the building archives memories, edits records. It's not supernatural. It's human error, protocols gone too far." I flipped through the documents, my breath catching at the clinical language describing procedures for memory realignment, identity correction, and data suppression. It was bureaucracy dressed up as care, but the consequences were devastating. "We can reverse it," he said quietly. "But it's risky. People might lose more before they gain clarity." I stared at the folder, then back at him. "I'll take that risk." The hours that followed were a blur. We worked side by side, tracing records, cross-referencing files, slowly piecing together the fragments that had been overwritten. I felt like I was digging through a graveyard of forgotten selves, each file a whispered plea for recognition. The repository's humming machinery in the background became a pulse I could barely ignore, as if the building itself was protesting. At one point, I paused, staring at a photograph tucked inside a folder, a faded snapshot of a family in a small kitchen, sunlight streaming through a window. The faces were familiar. Mine was among them, a version of me I'd never known. My throat tightened. The room smelled faintly of coffee and paper, but beneath that, something colder, like memory slipping through my fingers. "Why keep this?" I asked quietly. He shrugged. "Some things are too important to erase completely. They leak back, like cracks in a wall." By nightfall, we'd managed to restore a handful of identities. I watched as profiles flickered back to life on the repository's screens, names reappearing where there had been only blanks. It wasn't perfect, and some memories remained out of reach, but it was a start. Hope, fragile as it was, settled in my chest. I left the office just before midnight, the building eerily quiet except for the soft hum of the climate controls. Outside, The street lamps cast long shadows across the cracked pavement. The air was cooler now, carrying the sharp scent of ozone from an approaching storm. I walked slowly, savoring the rough texture of brick against my fingertips as I leaned against the cold wall. For the first time in weeks, I felt the past wasn't a cage but a place I could stand in, even if the ground was uneven. I knew the repository wouldn't stop trying to rewrite itself, or those who came through its doors. But I found a way to resist, to reclaim the stories that belonged to me and maybe, one day, to others like me. A dog barked in the distance, sharp and urgent. The sky cracked with a sudden flash of lightning, the air thick with the promise of rain. I pulled my coat tighter around me and looked back at the repository's dark silhouette, its windows like empty eyes watching the world move on. I didn't expect to leave this place unmarked. But stepping away, the weight on my shoulders felt lighter, as if I'd finally stepped out of someone else's shadow. The repository might have tried to erase us, to write over our lives, but I wouldn't let it win. Not this time. The storm broke then, rain splattering against the pavement in cold, relentless sheets. I walked home, soaked but steady, carrying a future made of memories I now had the power to hold on to. Story 3, Desert Mirage Abyss, Haunting Heat Illusions. The sun was already a relentless beast by mid-morning, hammering down through a sky so empty and vast it felt like the world had been stretched thin and pulled taut until all the air had been pressed out. My boots crunched over cracked, dry earth, the kind that snaps underfoot and sends up little clouds of dust that hang heavy in the still air. The heat was an oppressive weight, pressing against my skin, pulling moisture from my mouth and throat until my tongue felt like sandpaper. I kept wiping the sweat from my forehead with the sleeve of my shirt, but it did little good. The salty grit just smeared across my face, stinging my eyes. I stopped and looked around. The landscape stretched on forever, low scrub brush, bleached bones of dead plants, and distant hills that shimmered like wavering glass. A faint, wavering figure appeared on the horizon, a mirage that might have been water or a patch of shade or maybe just a trick of light. I blinked and it shifted, stretching into shapes I couldn't quite name, like the desert was trying to tell me something in a language I didn't know. Great, I muttered to myself. Just what I needed. The sound of my own voice startled me in the vast silence. No wind. No birds. Even the cicadas had gone silent, or maybe they were just hiding from the heat. The only sound was the distant hum of the sun baking the earth. It was the kind of quiet that gets under your skin. I checked my water bottle. Half full, but warm and flat. The thought of drinking it made my stomach churn. I tucked it back into my pack and kept walking, telling myself the road had to be just over that rise. The horizon was a blur of light and heat, everything melting into a pale gold haze. The mirage flickered again, and I swear it looked like a shape, a person maybe, standing just beyond the curve of the hill. I stopped dead. My heart caught in my throat. No one should be out here. Not in this heat. Not alone. Hello? I called out, voice cracking. Is someone there? Silence. Complete silence. I looked around, scanning the barren ground, the scrub brush, the shimmer of the mirage. Nothing moved, nothing breathed but me. The heat waves twisted the image, turning the mirage into something impossible, like a figure with limbs too long, face too blurry, standing just beyond reach. My throat tightened. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake the illusion. Get it together, I told myself, stepping forward again. The ground felt uneven beneath my feet, and I stumbled slightly, catching myself on a low bush. The branches were scratchy, sharp against my skin. I paused, breathing hard, tasting the grit in my mouth. The mirage flickered once more, and this time it looked less like a person and more like a hole. A hole that stretched wide and deep, swallowing the heat and light around it. My stomach lurched. I knelt down, touching the crown with my palm. It was dry and cracked, but there was something different here, a subtle softness under the hard surface, like the earth was hollow. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Of course. I shook it, willing it to buzz or ring, but all I got was the blank screen staring back. I shoved it into my pocket, frustration bubbling up. The desert wasn't just empty, it was indifferent. Nothing here cared if I lived or died. I stood up, squinting at the spot where the Mirage had been. The crown looked normal now. No hole. No figure. Just a patch of cracked earth baking in the sun. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe the heat was getting to me. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I took a few more steps, scanning the horizon for the road, for any sign of life, for anything familiar. The desert stretched on, endless and unforgiving. The sun drummed overhead, relentless and merciless. As I walked, I thought about how easy it would be to get lost out here. How the mind plays tricks when you're isolated and dehydrated. How a mirage could lure someone closer, make them stumble into danger without even realizing it. I stopped again, the sweat stinging my eyes as I wiped my face. The crown beneath me seemed to tremble, not with the earth shifting, but with something else. A subtle, creeping sensation that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I looked down. The cracked earth was giving way. A small fissure had opened up, just wide enough to swallow a boot. I stepped back, heart hammering. The desert wasn't just playing tricks. It was swallowing itself. The thought made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. Something about this place felt off, like the land itself was unstable, dangerous in a way I couldn't yet understand. I swallowed hard, tasting the dust and heat in my mouth. The sun beat down harder, the mirages flickering at the edge of my vision like restless ghosts. I wanted to turn back, to find the road, to find shade and water and sanity. But the desert was a maze, and I was trapped inside. I took a deep breath and stepped forward again, careful now, watching the ground beneath my feet with new eyes. The heat shimmered around me, and the desert whispered its deadly secret in the silence. Something was waiting beneath the surface. And it was hungry. A sudden crack echoed nearby, and the sand shifted, a ripple breaking the stillness. My heart pounded as I froze, senses straining for any sign of movement. The desert held its breath with me, and somewhere beneath, something stirred. The crack echoed again, sharper this time, like the desert was fracturing beneath my feet. I barely dared to breathe. Sounds impossible, but it happened. The ground shifted in faint ripples, too slow to be a quake, too deliberate to be anything natural. My boots sank slightly into the sand, and I caught myself before stepping forward. That spot was unstable. Something was wrong here. I crouched down, brushing my fingers over the hot sand, trying to feel for any difference in texture or temperature. It was uneven, like the earth was stretched thin, a taut membrane ready to tear. I remembered the way the mirages had bent and twisted, how they never stayed still. The desert wasn't just playing tricks. It was hiding something deadly beneath all that heat and light. The sun burned overhead, merciless. Sweat stung my eyes, and my throat was scratchy, dry as old parchment. I pulled my shirt sleeve across my mouth, tasting the grit in the air, cold and heavy with silence. There was no wind, just that unbearable, static heat that pressed down on everything. I looked around, shimmering waves of heat blurred the horizon, and the distant mountains seemed to waver, like they were melting into the sky. I needed to know exactly what I was dealing with. I pulled out my small notebook, the pages already curling from the heat, and began jotting down observations. The crack sounded like a slow, spreading fracture. The sand felt thinner near that spot, and every time I glanced toward the shimmering shapes, they seemed to shift closer, as if the desert itself was breathing. A faint rustle caught my attention. Not the wind. Something else. I froze, heart thudding. Then a voice, low and hesitant, cut through the stillness. "Hey! You there?" I turned sharply. A figure stood about 50 yards away, partially shaded beneath a scraggly mesquite tree. A man, maybe in his 30s, wearing a faded baseball cap and a loose shirt soaked in sweat. His face was sunburned, eyes squinting. "Hello," he called again, stepping forward cautiously. "You lost too?" I hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah. I'm trying to find the road." He wiped his brow with the back of his hand. "You're not the first. This place throws people off. Name's Mark." I introduced myself, keeping my voice steady despite the knot tightening in my stomach. There was something about him, tired, wary, but not hostile. Relief surged through me. Not completely alone. Mark shuffled closer, eyes scanning the ground around us. "You see those cracks?" he asked, voice low. "They've been showing up for a couple of weeks now. People say the earth's shifting, but no one really knows why." I nodded, gesturing toward the spot where the sand had rippled. I thought it might be a sinkhole. Something swallowing the land. Mark's eyes darkened. "That's what I'm scared of. A guy I know, he went missing near here last week. Said he saw the ground open up under his truck. Never found him or the vehicle." My stomach clenched. This wasn't just a bad day in the desert. Something was happening, and it was getting worse. We decided to check the area together, moving cautiously, testing the ground with sticks and stepping lightly. The heat was oppressive, and every movement felt like a weight pressing down on my limbs. My boots kicked up dry dust, which settled quickly in the stagnant air. The silence was thick, only broken by the faint crunch of sand. At one point, Mark stopped, pointing at a patch of cracked earth surrounded by a faint ring of disturbed sand. "Look here. The surface is thin. If you step wrong," he didn't finish the sentence. I understood well enough. We circled the spot, marking unstable areas with sticks and stones. The desert seemed to pulse beneath us, fragile and dangerous. My hands trembled as I scribbled notes, my mind racing with every possibility. Was the ground eroding below, an underground void growing slowly? Was it water, or something else? The sun dragged closer to the horizon, casting long shadows that twisted the desert into strange shapes. The mirages returned, shimmering pools of water that vanished as we approached. I blinked rapidly, unsure if they were tricks or signs. "Do you think there's a way out of here?" I asked Mark, voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged. "There's always a way. But you gotta be smarter than the desert." I wanted to believe him. Needed to. As we packed up our makeshift markers, a sudden rumble vibrated through the ground beneath us. The earth shifted, a low groan like a giant waking up. My heart leapt into my throat. Mark grabbed my arm, steadying me. "Stay close," he said. "This isn't just a crack anymore." The desert was alive with danger, and I was running out of time. We started back, eyes darting, every step measured. The sinking feeling in my gut wasn't just from the heat. It was the knowledge that whatever was beneath us was spreading, swallowing everything in its path, quietly, invisibly. I glanced back once, catching a flicker of movement near the largest fissure. Something or someone was there, watching. Or worse, waiting. The thought made my breath catch. We had stumbled into a trap, and the desert wasn't finished with us yet. The first to speak was Lena, her voice barely above a whisper, but sharp enough to cut through the oppressive silence. "We can't keep walking like this." The ground shifting beneath us, every step could be the last. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. We need to find higher ground. Somewhere stable. Maybe that ridge over there. I pointed toward a jagged silhouette etched against the fading sun. Caleb, who had been scanning the horizon, tensed. That ridge looks exposed. If whatever's down there is watching, it might have a clear line to us up there too. We don't have a choice, Lena said, tightening her grip on her pack. Staying low means we're trapped between the earth and whatever that is. Up there, at least we can see it coming. Her eyes flicked to the fissure again, where shadows twisted unnaturally. I took a deep breath and started moving, each step deliberate, muscles coiled for sudden flight. Behind me, I heard the soft scrape of boots on sand. Caleb fell in step beside me, his presence a small comfort amidst the growing dread. As we climbed, the desert wind picked up, carrying with it a faint, acrid tang like burnt ozone mixed with something organic, decaying. It wrapped around us, a reminder that the desert was alive and hungry. At the ridge's crest, I paused, scanning the valley below. The fissure was wider now, a gaping maw that seemed to pulse with an eerie light. And there, at the edge, the figure stood still, silent, watching us with eyes that gleamed too brightly in the dusk. "We're not alone," Caleb murmured, voice tight. "No," Lena agreed. The air crackled, thick with heat and that sharp, acrid scent that lingered in my nostrils like a warning. I stayed crouched behind a jagged rock, the gritty sand pressing into my palms, my breath shallow and uneven. Caleb and Lena stood just a few feet away, their silhouettes tense against the fading light, eyes locked on the fissure that yawned before us like some living thing. I could hardly believe how much the landscape had changed in such a short time. The sinkhole wasn't just a crack anymore, it was a monstrous cavity, swallowing the earth with slow, deliberate hunger. The edges pulsed faintly, as though the ground beneath us was breathing, and every so often a soft rumble shook the ridge, tiny dust clouds puffing up from the abyss below. "Do you see that?" Lena whispered, voice rough from the desert's dry bite. She pointed toward the far rim where a shimmer danced just above the cracked surface. It looked like a heat mirage, twisting and melting into shapes that made no sense, faces, limbs, even what might have been a door or window frame, all flickering in the wavering light. Caleb frowned, stepping closer to the edge but carefully, painfully slow. His boots barely made a sound on the brittle sand. "It's not just a trick, is it? There's something real hiding behind those illusions." I nodded, though my throat tightened. I chased those mirages for hours, each one a cruel tease that promised water or shade, only to dissolve when I got close. Now I understood why. The shimmering wasn't random, it was a natural distortion caused by the unstable ground, a warning that the earth beneath us wasn't firm. "We have to be careful," I said, voice steady even as my hands trembled. "This isn't just a hole. It's a trap." Lena scanned the horizon, eyes darting nervously. "If it's swallowing the land, that means it can keep growing. We don't have much time." The sinking feeling in my stomach wasn't just from exhaustion or thirst now. It was something deeper, an irreversible pull, like the desert itself was deciding we weren't welcome here anymore. I glanced back the way we'd come. The trail was gone, swallowed by shifting sand and dust kicked up by the wind. The sun was dipping below the ridge, throwing long shadows that stretched like fingers across the valley. I swallowed hard and realized we were trapped. There was no turning back. A sudden crack split the air, sharper than a twig breaking. Caleb's head snapped toward the sound, muscles coiled. Lena's hand found my arm, grip fierce. We froze, straining to listen. Another crack. Then a low groan, like the earth itself was protesting. The edge of the sinkhole closest to us shifted just a hair's breadth, but enough to send tiny rocks tumbling down into the darkness. "See what I mean?" Caleb's voice was low, urgent. The ground's moving. We could end up in that hole if we're not careful. My heart hammered against my ribs. The desert's heat was replaced by a cold dread that seeped into my bones. I forced my gaze back to the shimmering illusions at the rim. They weren't illusions at all. They were warnings, distorted reflections of the danger lurking just beneath the surface. The desert wasn't playing tricks, it was concealing a death trap. Okay, I said, forcing myself to breathe evenly. We need a plan. We can't stay here, but we can't get too close either. Lena nodded, eyes sharp. We move slowly, stay low, and keep an eye on the ground. Every step counts. Caleb pulled out his water bottle, unscrewed the cap, and took a long drink. He handed it to me without a word. The cool water was a relief, but it did little to settle the knot twisting in my gut. I took a careful sip, then scanned the horizon again. The desert was vast, empty, but I caught a flicker, something moving far off, near the ridge we crossed earlier. A figure? No, too far. Maybe just a trick of the light. Did you see that? I asked quietly. Both of them looked, but the desert held only shifting shadows and the faint outlines of distant rocks. Probably just a mirage, Lena said with a nervous laugh. Or a coyote. I wasn't so sure. The feeling that we were being watched didn't leave me. Not by anything supernatural, but something human. Someone or something else out here, waiting. Lena, I said, lowering my voice. What if we're not the first to find this? Her eyes darkened. You mean someone else knows about the sinkhole? I shrugged, trying to sound casual but failing miserably. Maybe. I don't know. But it wouldn't surprise me. People come out here for all sorts of reasons. Some just want to disappear. Caleb shifted uneasily. If there's someone else, what do they want? Why would they hang around a place like this? I glanced back at the fissure, the pulsing maw that seemed alive and hungry. Maybe to keep others away. Or maybe because they're trapped, too. A sudden gust whipped sand into my face, gritty and biting. I blinked against it, tasting the dust in my mouth. The desert's silence pressed in again, heavy and suffocating. We have to move, I said, urgency creeping into my voice. We can't just stand here waiting for the ground to give way. Caleb nodded, and Lena was already scanning the path ahead. We started forward, each step measured and slow. The sand shifted beneath our feet, threatening to betray us with every inch. The mirages flickered, twisting into impossible shapes, a crumbling wall, a flickering lantern, a worn boot half buried in sand. I forced myself not to reach out, not to chase the illusions anymore. They were lies, traps set by the desert itself. Halfway along the ridge, the ground trembled beneath me. My breath caught. A fresh cracked spider web through the sand, widening fast. Stop! I shouted. Lena and Caleb froze, eyes wide. The earth groaned louder, a deep, rumbling sound that shook the very air. The fissure was growing. Faster than before. I looked down at my boots, at the sand that seemed to ripple like water. Then up at the edge of the sinkhole, where the shimmering illusions were collapsing into one another, revealing a dark emptiness beneath. We had crossed the point of no return. Behind us, the path we came from vanished entirely, swallowed by the desert's slow, relentless hunger. There was only one way forward now, into the unknown. And I wasn't sure any of us would make it out alive. The fissure breathed beneath us, a living thing peeling open the desert floor like a wound. I swallowed hard and looked back at Lena and Caleb. Their faces were pale, shadows under their eyes deepening with the growing dusk. The desert sun was sinking fast behind the jagged ridge, bleeding orange and purple into the sky. That light, beautiful and cruel, mocked our situation. "We can't stay here," I said, voice rough and low. "It's getting worse." Caleb nodded, but his fingers trembled as he wiped sweat from his brow. Lena crouched beside the edge, eyes scanning the dark cavity below. The sinkhole yawned wide, a black maw swallowing the last rays of sunlight, swallowing the heat, swallowing everything that dared come too close. "Do you see that?" Lena whispered, pointing to the rim where the sand was collapsing in slow, deliberate waves. "It's not just a sinkhole. The ground's moving all around it. Like it's breathing." I hated that word breathing, but it was the only way to describe it. The earth shifted beneath our feet, and I could feel it through my soles, a faint vibration, like a pulse. "Okay," I said, swallowing the lump in my throat. "We have to move back. Slowly. We don't know how far this thing goes." Caleb glanced over his shoulder. "The path we came from. Gone. It's swallowed, just like you said." His voice cracked on the word, and I looked too. The ridge where we climbed moments ago was gone, replaced by the same shifting sand and jagged cracks. The desert was erasing us. Not with fire or wind, but with something more patient. More insidious. "We don't have a choice," I said, pulling myself upright and taking a careful step backward. The earth crunched beneath me, but the sound wasn't the usual soft crunch of dry sand. It was brittle, fragile, like stepping on dried leaves or cracked plaster. I tried not to think about what might be underneath. Lena followed slowly, her eyes never leaving the sinkhole. Caleb trailed behind, the three of us connected by a thread of silent terror. It was the kind of fear that didn't scream or shout but settled heavy in your chest, cold and slow. Halfway back, I stopped. A faint shimmer caught my eye, like the mirages before, but different. This time, the heat wavering above the sinkhole wasn't a trick of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows. It was something else. Something real. I pointed. "Look there." Lena squinted. "Is that?" "A rope," Caleb said, voice barely above a whisper. A frayed length of rope dangled from a rock ledge near the edge of the sinkhole, swaying gently in the breeze. It was old, weathered, and stained with dirt, but unmistakably man-made. My heart pounded. Rope meant someone had been here before us. Someone had come close enough to leave something behind. Maybe even fallen in. Why would there be a rope here? Lena asked, crawling closer to inspect it. I didn't answer. Instead, I scanned the rim of the sinkhole, looking for any other signs of human presence. Scattered footprints, discarded gear, anything. But there was nothing else. Just sand, stone, and the endless, unyielding desert. Maybe someone tried to climb out, Caleb said, voice hollow. Or down. Down? I repeated. The idea made my stomach twist. The darkness at the sinkhole's bottom was impossible to gauge. How deep was it? How wide? How far had it already swallowed? Lena tugged on the rope gently. It held firm, but the movement sent a small cascade of sand falling into the pit below, the dust cloud drifting upward like smoke. Breath caught. The desert was silent again, but the silence was different now. It was filled with waiting. Watching. We can't stay, I said again. We have to keep moving. We skirted the edge, choosing the most solid-looking ground, though my every step betrayed me with a crunch or a small slide. The sinkhole seemed to stretch endlessly, the jagged edges fracturing the landscape in every direction. The mirages flickered at the periphery of my vision, distant lights, abandoned campsites, even faces, but I fought the urge to look too closely. They weren't real. Suddenly, a crack split the air, a sharp, frantic sound like a whip snapping. I froze. Did you hear that? Lena whispered, her voice barely audible. Caleb nodded, eyes wide. It's getting worse. Closer, I muttered, scanning the horizon. The desert was vast, empty. Yet that sound was unmistakable. It was the earth fracturing, the sinkhole's hunger growing. A tremor rippled beneath us, stronger this time. My legs buckled slightly, and I had to grab a nearby rock to steady myself. The ground quaked again, and with a rush of dust and gravel, a section of the rim collapsed a few feet away, sending a cloud of debris into the dark. We jumped back, hearts pounding, lungs gasping for air. The desert was swallowing itself alive. We can't outrun this, I said, panic creeping in. It's faster than we are. Lena's face was grim. Then we have to outthink it. I wanted to argue, but she was right. Running wasn't an option. We needed a plan. We need higher ground, she continued. Something stable. Somewhere the sinkhole can't reach. I wiped sweat from my forehead, taste of salt and grit thick on my tongue. The sun was nearly gone now, the sky bleeding into deep blue, stars beginning to prick the dark. Where? I asked. That ridge, she said, nodding toward a rocky outcrop half a mile to the east. It looks solid. No cracks. Caleb glanced nervously. It's a long way. Longer than staying here, I said, already moving toward it. The three of us set off, every step a battle against the shifting earth and rising fear. The desert night was colder than I expected, a biting contrast to the day's heat. I pulled my jacket tighter, but it did little to stop the chill that crept into my bones. Halfway to the ridge, the ground trembled again, this one deeper, slower, like the heartbeat of the desert itself. I stumbled, catching myself on a rough stone. Look out! Caleb shouted. Before I had time to react, the sand beneath Lena's foot gave way. She cried out, flailing as she slipped toward the edge of a small fissure. I lunged, grabbing her arm just in time, fingers digging into the rough fabric of her sleeve. My hand shook so badly I almost lost my grip. Got you, I said, voice tight. She gasped, eyes wide with shock. Thanks. The fissure widened, a slow but relentless movement, swallowing the earth inch by inch. We need to keep moving, I urged, pulling her up. We pressed on, the ridge growing nearer, but the desert was ready to fight. More cracks appeared, spider-webbing out like veins across the sand. The mirages teased us again, shimmering shapes at the edge of our vision, but I refused to look. Our breaths came in ragged gasps, the cold air sharp and unforgiving. The sun had begun its slow descent, but the desert still radiated heat like an unforgiving furnace. I wiped the sweat from my brow with the back of my wrist and squinted at the horizon, where the air shimmered in deceptive waves. For hours, I'd been chasing those mirages, those impossible shapes that teased me with the promise of water or shelter. Now, I understood. They weren't just tricks of the light. They were warnings. The ground beneath me crackled faintly, dry and brittle like old parchment. I took a hesitant step forward and felt the earth shift beneath my boot. Not solid. Hollow. My stomach clenched. The sinkhole. I'd been walking right toward it, blind to the danger. The hallucinations had masked the slow collapse of the land, swallowing everything near its edges. And if I hadn't stopped in time, I would have joined the void. I leaned on my knees and drew deep breaths, tasting the grit of dust and the faint bitterness of dried sweat on my tongue. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists to keep them steady. I had to think. Had to figure out a way out before the earth gave way beneath me. There was no sound except the occasional creak, a low, ominous groan from the shifting ground, and the distant cry of a lone coyote. The desert was holding its breath. So was I. I glanced back the way I'd come, a path blurred by the heat haze. My water bottle was nearly empty, and the sun was sinking fast. The thought of spending another night under this merciless sky tightened the muscles in my chest. But staying put near the sinkhole was suicide. The edges were unstable, and the cracks spider-webbed farther than I'd realized. I forced myself to stand, legs shaky but determined. The ground beneath my feet felt firmer away from the sinkhole, but I couldn't be sure. Every step was a gamble. "Okay," I muttered, voice hoarse, just don't look down." The desert stretched out, a vast sea of ochre and rust, dotted with brittle shrubs and jagged rocks that seemed to mock my desperation. I tried to focus on the texture of the sand underfoot, the way it shifted and crunched like broken glass. I didn't trust my eyes anymore, not after days of mirages and hallucinations. The desert played tricks, and it was winning. I thought of the stories I'd heard, people lost in the desert, swallowed by quicksand or hidden sinkholes. I'd always dismissed those as exaggerations, campfire tales. Now I knew they weren't. The earth here was a slow predator, patient and relentless. A sudden creak made me freeze. The ground trembled beneath my boots, a faint but unmistakable warning. I looked down, heart hammering, and saw a thin fissure stretching like a jagged scar right where I'd been standing moments before. I swallowed hard. I had to move. Fast. I picked a direction roughly opposite the sinkhole and started walking, slower this time, testing the ground with every step. My throat was dry, my mouth tasting like ash. Sweat pooled in the hollows of my collarbone, and the sun beat down with a dull, oppressive weight. But I kept moving. After what felt like hours but was probably less, I spotted something, an old dirt road, faint but unmistakable. A ribbon of faded tire tracks and scattered gravel. My pulse quickened. Civilization. Or at least a way out. I stumbled toward it, the relief washing over me like a cool wave. The air shifted, the desert's harshness softened just a little. I paused on the edge of the road, listening. No voices, no engines, just the desert wind teasing the dry leaves of a scraggly mesquite tree. I sank to the ground, exhausted. My legs trembled beneath me, and for a moment, I let myself rest without guilt. The danger of the sinkhole still loomed in my mind, but I'd escaped it. Somehow. I pulled out my phone, hopelessly dead. The screen was cracked, a spider web of damage from a fall the day before. I tapped it uselessly, then shoved it back into my pack. No signal. No help coming. I looked back toward the sinkhole, far enough now to feel safe, but close enough to see the earth's slow, terrible collapse. The edges crumbled like dry cake, swallowing the desert bit by bit. It was like watching a wound spread, a silent, deadly erosion. A voice echoed in my mind, a leftover memory from a radio broadcast I'd heard before the trip. If you find yourself near unstable ground, stay calm, move carefully, and wait for rescue. Easy to say when you're not the one sinking. I thought about my own rescue, if it would come at all. I was alone out here. I'd been stupid, chasing illusions and ignoring the signs. But I'd survived. That counted for something. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the sand. The temperature dropped just enough to sting my skin, the night approaching with a quiet inevitability. I wrapped my arms around my knees, drawing comfort from my own warmth. The desert was vast and indifferent, but I was still here. Still breathing. I thought of my family, the way my mother would worry if she knew how close I'd come to disaster. I thought of my own stubbornness, my refusal to believe I could be vulnerable. I thought of the Mirage's beautiful, cruel eyes, and how easily the mind can betray itself when pushed too far. The stars began to prick the sky, cold and distant. The desert's silence deepened, no longer just oppressive but vast and empty. I closed my eyes for a moment, listening to the rhythm of my own breath, the soft rustle of wine through the mesquite. Tomorrow, I'd find the road, find help. For now, I was safe. Not because the desert had spared me, but because I'd finally stopped running after illusions. A faint smile touched my lips. I didn't know how long I'd been lost, but I'd found something else instead. Hope. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Story 4, Highway Omen. The passenger knows too much. The highway stretched ahead like a dull ribbon of asphalt, the kind that swallowed the sky and spat out nothing but the hum of tires and the occasional buzz of a distant radio. The air in the car was stale, warmed by the heater I'd forgotten to turn off earlier. It smelled faintly of old leather seats and something else I couldn't place, maybe leftover fast food, or the dampness that settles in after a rainy morning. I rolled down the window a crack, the cool evening air seeped in, bringing with it the faint scent of pine and a hint of exhaust from passing trucks. It was one of those stretches where the road narrows and the trees close in, leaving only a thin strip of sky visible. The kind of place where you're half expecting to see something out of place, but nothing ever happens. At least, not usually. I noticed him just before the last bend, a figure standing by the side of the road, thumb out, face turned away from the traffic. He was thin, wearing a faded denim jacket and a cap pulled low. The kind of guy you might pass without a second thought if you were in a hurry. But I wasn't. I had time to spare. Something about the way he stood, the stillness of him, made me slow down. I hesitated, not for long, then pulled over beside him. The car's tires crunched softly on the gravel. The heater clicked off, and the silence inside suddenly felt bigger. He slid into the passenger seat without a word. The door shut with a muted thump. His eyes were quick, darting around like he was sizing me up, or maybe just watching the road. "Thanks for stopping," he said, voice low and steady. There was nothing in it, no friendliness, no malice. Just a statement. I nodded, trying not to stare. "Where are you headed?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked out the window, watching the branches sway against the darkening sky. Then he said, "Just down the road. Near the old rest stop." That was 5 miles ahead, a forgotten patch of cracked concrete and graffitied walls where the highway curved sharply. I figured I could get him there quickly. We drove in silence for a while. The radio was off, leaving only the soft rhythm of the engine and the occasional rustle from the breeze outside. The world felt oddly muted, like the air had thickened around us. Then, without warning, he spoke again. "You're going to want to slow down up ahead." I glanced at him. "Why?" "The curve near the rest stop. A car lost control there last week. Could happen again." I frowned. "How do you know that?" He shrugged, fingers tapping on the dashboard. "Word gets around." I wanted to laugh, maybe brush it off, but there was something in his tone, calm, almost certain, that made me ease off the gas. The speedometer dipped below 60. The trees blurred past slower now. A few minutes later, as we neared the curve he'd mentioned, I saw the remnants of a skid mark, faded but still visible on the asphalt. The guardrail was dented, paint chipped. The air smelled faintly of burnt rubber and something metallic, like old oil. "It was bad," he said quietly. "Guy lost control, hit the rail hard enough to total his car. Walked away, though. Lucky bastard." I nodded, feeling the tension coil in my shoulders. The car hugged the curve more carefully than I usually would. The rest stop came into view, empty except for a rusted pickup parked near the vending machines. The flickering light above cast weak pools of yellow, making the place look tired and forgotten. The kind of spot where you'd expect a stray dog or a drifter, not someone waiting for a ride. We passed it slowly. He didn't say anything else about the accident. I thought maybe he'd said enough. Then, out of nowhere, he turned to me. There's something else. Up ahead. A truck jackknifed this morning. Took out half the shoulder. They're still clearing it. I blinked. How do you know that? It's not on the traffic reports yet. He smiled, just a little. Not friendly, but not cold either. I checked the cams. Live feeds. Keeps me entertained. I stared at him, trying to place the expression. It was unsettling, this quiet knowledge. It was as if he had access to a world I didn't even know existed. The highway stretched ahead, darkening now under a sky turning from orange to a deep, bruised purple. Shadows lengthened, and the smell changed, less pine, more damp earth and the faint, sour tang of exhaust fumes trapped in the cool air. I noticed my hands trembling slightly, the muscles tightening around the steering wheel. Not because I was scared, exactly, but because something nagged at the back of my mind. Something off. Why are you out here? I asked finally, trying to keep my voice casual. He glanced at me, eyes sharp. Needed to get away. Roads are good for that. You ever feel like the world's closing in? Like no matter how far you drive, it just follows. I thought about that. About the paperwork waiting on my desk, about the endless meetings and the quiet arguments at home I didn't know how to fix. Maybe I did know, but I was tired of pretending. Yeah, I said softly. Sometimes. He nodded, as if that was all the answer he needed. The radio crackled suddenly, breaking the silence. A voice reported a minor traffic jam near the next exit. Nothing serious, just a delay. I felt a flicker of relief. Then he said, "There's more coming." Not traffic this time. I glanced sideways, alarm rising but mixed with curiosity. What do you mean? He looked out the window again, voice low. Tonight's not going to be easy. Not for you. I swallowed hard. The road ahead seemed darker now, the trees closing in like a tunnel. The heater was off, and a cold draft seeped through the window gap, brushing my neck. What do you mean, not for me? I asked, my voice almost a whisper. He didn't answer. Instead, his gaze locked on mine, steady and unblinking. The silence stretched between us. Outside, a lone dog barked somewhere in the distance, sharp and sudden, then gone. I tried to focus on the road, but my thoughts were a tangle. Who was this man? How did he know about the accidents? About the roadblocks? And why did it feel like he knew something about me, too? The highway rolled on, indifferent. And so did the night. The road narrowed ahead, the trees pressing so close on either side that their shadows pulled over the asphalt like spilled ink. He didn't speak for a long time. His eyes were fixed outside the window, but I was certain he was watching me just as closely. There was something about the way he sat, calm, deliberate, that made it impossible to look away. I wanted to ask him who he was, why he was so certain about the accidents and disasters, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I swallowed hard and tried to focus on the road. The low hum of the engine filled the silence, punctuated only by the occasional sharp bark of a dog fading into the distance. The night was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves, a sharp contrast to the sterile air inside the car. I noticed, almost absently, how the passenger door's window rattled slightly with the wind, a tiny, persistent sound that gnawed at my nerves. Then he said, without turning to look at me, "You should know I'm not here by chance." I blinked, startled by the sudden shift in his tone. "What do you mean?" He shrugged, but the movement was slow, almost rehearsed. "I've been watching you for a while. Longer than you think." The words hit me like a splash of cold water. My fingers tightened around the steering wheel, knuckles whitening, but I kept my voice steady. "Why? What do you want from me?" He smiled then, but it wasn't warm. It was the kind of smile you see in old photographs, frozen, distant. Not what you want to hear, I'm sure. I glanced at him sideways. The dim light from the dashboard flickered across his face, casting half of it in shadow. His eyes seemed to gleam with something unreadable, something that made my stomach twist. The highway curved sharply, and I slowed down, the tires crunching softly on the gravel shoulder as I pulled over. The car rocked slightly, and a cold draft swept through the open window, carrying with it the faint scent of gasoline and something else, something metallic, like rust. "Why here?" I asked, my voice lower now. "Why pull over?" He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, fingers steepled. "Because this is where it starts. The real trouble." I hesitated. The night outside felt thicker, heavier, as if the trees themselves were leaning in to listen. I could hear the faint hum of distant headlights approaching, the occasional drone of engines that might be trucks or cars, but the road was mostly empty. "Start what?" I pressed. His gaze flickered to me, sharp and cold. "You don't remember, do you?" A knot tightened in my chest. "Remember what?" He smiled again, slower this time, like he was enjoying my confusion. "Your accident. The one that changed everything." A sudden chill ran down my spine. I swallowed hard. "I don't know what you're talking about." He shook his head, as if disappointed. "You do. You just don't want to admit it." My mind raced. I knew what he meant, of course. The crash 2 years ago, the one I barely made it out of alive. The hospital stays, the therapies, the nights I spent staring at the ceiling, trying to piece together what had happened. I'd buried it deep, tucked it away behind layers of denial and exhaustion. "Why bring it up now?" I asked, voice tight. "Because it's connected. Everything is." The headlights drew closer. I watched them approach, a pair of bright orbs cutting through the darkness. The car slowed as it passed, the engine's roar fading into the distance. The trees whispered in the wind, their branches scraping against each other like dry bones. "I've been tracking the accidents on this highway for months," he said quietly. "But yours was different. Not just a random disaster. Someone wanted it to happen." My heart hitched. "That's impossible." He smiled again, slow and deliberate. "Is it? Look closer. Who benefits from your accident? Who's been watching you since then?" The question slammed into me like a freight train. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog. "I don't understand." He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small, folded piece of paper. Unfolding it, he slid it across the dashboard toward me. I hesitated, then picked it up. The paper was crumpled, stained, but the words were clear: an address, a date, a time. "Why give me this?" I asked, eyes flicking up to his. "Because that's where you'll find your answers. If you want to live." A cold gust swept through the open window, carrying a faint metallic tang that made my throat tighten. The trees outside seemed to lean closer, and the darkness pressed in from all sides. My hands trembled as I folded the paper back up, the weight of it heavier than I expected. "Who are you?" I whispered. He shrugged again, a small, almost sad smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Someone who's been waiting a long time for you to catch up. The heater clicked back on suddenly, warm air flooding the car and pushing back the chill. Outside, the night remained still, but the shadows felt deeper, the silence louder. I glanced at the paper again, the address burning into my mind. The road ahead stretched out, empty and dark, but for the first time, I wasn't sure I wanted to keep driving. Why me? I asked, voice barely audible. He met my eyes, steady and unflinching. Because you don't know what you're running from. But it's closer than you think. The distant bark of a dog broke the silence once more, sharp and sudden. My pulse quickened. The night wasn't just dark. It was waiting. Watching. And I was trapped in the middle of it. The heater's hum filled the car, but the warmth didn't reach my skin. He didn't say anything right away. Just looked at me, his eyes calm but somehow sharper, like he was measuring my every flicker of doubt. The dark outside pressed against the glass, thick and suffocating, swallowing the faint glow of my dashboard. I caught the scent of old leather mixed with something faintly metallic, his cologne, or maybe just the car's stale air mingling with the night. Why me? I repeated, quieter this time, almost hoping I'd get a different answer. Because you're running, he said, voice low enough that I had to strain to hear. But you don't even know what's behind you. I swallowed hard and glanced at the road ahead. The black ribbon stretched on endlessly, empty except for the occasional flicker of a distant street lamp. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. The silence was so complete it made my ears ache. My fingers clenched the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. Running where? From what? You haven't said anything real yet, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He leaned back, one shoulder brushing the door, eyes fixed on the windshield like he could see through the dark into the very pavement. You think this is about accidents on the highway? About disasters you've heard on the news? It's not. Those are just warnings. The real problem isn't out there. It's here. He tapped his temple gently. I blinked. What do you mean here? My throat tightened. You don't know what's in my head. He smiled then, a slow, unsettling smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I know more than you think. More than anyone should. You don't remember because you've been avoiding it. But I see it all. The cracks. The secrets. The lies you tell yourself. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I tried to shake it off, but the weight of his words settled deep, like a stone sinking in muddy water. You're just messing with me, I said, voice harsher than I intended. No games, he said, suddenly serious. I'm not here to threaten you. I'm here because you need to face it. You're caught in something much bigger than you realize. And the longer you pretend it's not real, the worse it'll get. A distant rumble rolled over the highway, an echo of thunder or an approaching truck, I couldn't tell. The heater clicked off, leaving a sudden chill that crawled under my jacket. I rubbed my arms, trying to ignite some warmth. You don't even know me, I muttered, more to myself than him. He tilted his head. I know the parts you're trying to forget. The people you've pushed away. The moments you wish never happened. I swallowed again. The knot in my stomach tightened until I thought I might be sick. Why are you telling me this? What do you want? His eyes caught the faint glow of my dashboard clock, 2:17 a.m., and something in his expression shifted. I want you to stop running. Not just from the road ahead, but from your past. There's no turning back. When you pass that next exit, you're committed. No detours. No second chances. I glanced down at the folded paper again. The address, scrawled in jagged handwriting, seemed to pulse with a life of its own. I knew if I stopped now, if I turned around or pulled off the highway, I'd be choosing ignorance again. But if I kept going, well, I didn't know what awaited me, but I had a sinking feeling it wasn't going to be anything simple. Tell me something, I said suddenly, the words tumbling out faster than I expected. If you know all this everything about me, then what do you want me to do when I get there? He smiled again, but this time it was softer, almost pitying. Face the truth. Take responsibility. And maybe, just maybe, find a way out. The road curved ahead, a ribbon of darkness hugging the edges of the forest. A lone owl hooted somewhere off to the right, the sound echoing through the night like a warning. The smell of wet earth drifted in through the cracked window. The air felt thick, almost suffocating, like the night itself was waiting for me to slip up. I swallowed hard and gripped the wheel tighter. What if I don't want to face anything? What if I want to forget? He shrugged, the faintest shrug I'd ever seen, like the weight of the world was balanced on his fingertips. Then this will all get worse. And you'll have no one to blame but yourself. Silence settled again. Complete silence. My eyes flicked to the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of his face in the dim reflection. There was something unreadable there, something almost human but just out of reach. I wanted to trust him, to believe he was just a man with a strange gift. But the truth clawed at my mind like a cold wind. I realized then that the real danger wasn't the accidents, or the disasters, or even the road ahead. It was the knowledge he had, how deeply it cut into my life, into my past. And now that I heard it, there was no going back. The exit was coming up fast. The sign glowed weakly in the dark, Exit 42, Millbridge. I glanced at him. This is it, isn't it? He nodded slowly. No more turning away. My foot hovered over the accelerator and the brake. The choice was mine. But the moment I made it, the road would close behind me. The point of no return. I took a breath, tasting the cold air, the faint bitterness of fear, and the undeniable salt of tears I didn't want to shed. I turned the wheel toward the exit. The headlights caught something moving just beyond the tree line, a shadow, or maybe a person. My heart jumped into my throat. I blinked and it was gone. No going back now. The exit ramp swallowed us like a dark mouth. I swallowed hard. The knot in my stomach tightened, twisting with every heartbeat. I could still taste the bitterness of the road, the cold metal of the steering wheel, the faint sourness of stale coffee lingering on my breath. Outside, the world smelled damp, like the highway had soaked in the night's fog and was exhaling it in slow, heavy breaths. You're not going to tell me what's coming next, I said, voice brittle. The road curved sharply, and my hands twitched on the wheel. He shook his head. Not yet. That was the first time he'd refused to say anything. The silence between us thickened, and the hum of the tires on asphalt felt deafening. I glanced down the empty stretch ahead, the shadows folding over the exit like a curtain. I didn't want to step through, but the road had already decided for me. Why? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Why won't you tell me? His eyes flicked toward me, sharp and cold as glass. Because this isn't about the road anymore. It's about you. The words landed like stones in my chest. I tried to swallow past the lump, but it wouldn't budge. What do you mean? He leaned forward, voice low. You think I'm some kind of fortune teller, right? Predicting accidents, disasters. But that was just the surface. The real truth is that I know what's coming, not just out there, he tapped the windshield, but inside your world, inside your life. The things you've been running from. I blinked, heart hammering. His words felt impossible, like a cold draft sneaking under a door. I don't know what you're talking about. He smiled then, but it wasn't friendly. It was the kind of smile that cracks a person open and exposes the parts they thought were hidden. You don't have to pretend. I can see the cracks. You think no one notices when you look away, but I see everything. The car shifted on the pavement, the tires skimming the edge of the ramp. I caught a glimpse of the dark woods just beyond the shoulder, twisting branches, shadows moving with a slow, deliberate rhythm. My throat went dry. "Tell me," I said, voice shaking. "Tell me what you know." He hesitated. Then he began to speak, quietly at first, like he was reciting something sacred or cursed. "You left your sister's birthday party early that night. Didn't say goodbye to anyone. You told yourself it was because you had work, but really, you couldn't face her. The fight you had." I cut him off, jaw clenched so tight it hurt. "How do you know that?" He shrugged, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. "You left your phone in the car. I found it in the back seat when I got in. Pictures, messages. You don't hide well." I stared at him, the air thickening around us. The quiet hum of the engine was suddenly sharp, intrusive. I wanted to tell him to stop, to get out, to leave me alone. But the doors were locked. There was no place to go. The highway had us. "Why are you doing this?" I asked again. "What do you want?" He exhaled, slow and deliberate, a breath that tasted like winter frost on the inside of my nose. "I want you to understand. The disasters ahead, they're not random. They're connected to you, to the people you've hurt, the choices you've made." I swallowed, my fingers trembling against the wheel. The scent of damp earth and pine filled the car, mingled with the faint trace of his cologne, something sharp, almost medicinal. It made my stomach twist. "You don't get to say that," I said, voice cracking. "You don't know me." "Maybe I don't." He looked out the window, eyes reflecting the dim glow of the streetlights. "But I know enough." The exit ramp ended in a narrow two-lane road, one that felt too quiet, too empty for this time of night. We slowed, the tires crunching over gravel as we passed a faded sign, "Welcome to Millbridge." The town felt dead. No streetlights, no passing cars, only the hollow whistle of wind threading through cracked windows and shuttered storefronts. The air was colder here, sharper, like it was cutting through the car's thin insulation. I glanced at him again. He was watching me, waiting. "I could turn around," I said, voice low. "Go back to the highway. Forget this." His eyes locked on mine, steady and unyielding. "You can't. Not anymore." The words echoed in the silence. I wanted to argue, to refuse, but the weight of them pressed down, heavy as a stone in my chest. The car rolled forward, the gravel road winding through the town's empty streets. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, sharp and sudden, then gone. The smell of damp plaster and mold seeped through the cracked window, and I shivered despite the heater humming softly. "What happens now?" I asked. He smiled again, but this time it was different. Sadder. "Now you face it. The truth. The part you thought you buried." I swallowed hard. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly the knuckles whitened. The headlights caught movement ahead, something standing just beyond a broken fence. A figure, blurred and still. I blinked. It vanished. The car slowed to a crawl. My breath caught in my throat. The night felt alive, watching. Waiting. "Who's there?" I whispered, but the only answer was silence. Complete silence. Then he spoke, voice soft but certain. "You're not alone anymore." The words settled over me like a shadow. The road behind us disappeared into darkness. The only way was forward, into whatever waited in Millbridge's silent streets. And I didn't know if I was ready, but I had no choice. The night pressed in close, thick and still, as I sat parked on the cracked shoulder of that forgotten stretch of highway. He was quiet. Not that he'd said much since that last warning, but one that pierced right through me. "You're not alone anymore." The words circled in my mind, a slow, creeping echo. At first, I thought he meant the hitchhiker himself, but now I wasn't so sure. The darkness around us felt alive, watching, waiting. I glanced over, half expecting to find him staring back, but his face was turned toward the window, eyes fixed on the black ribbon of road disappearing into the night. I wanted to ask him who or what was out there, beyond the fence. I wanted to ask him how he knew so much, but the question stuck in my throat. I tried to focus on the road ahead, the faint glow of distant streetlights flickering like dying stars. Then, off to the side, a shadow shifted, something human-shaped, motionless, just beyond the broken fence. My breath hitched. I blinked. It was gone. I forced myself to breathe and reach for the radio, hoping for a voice, a distraction. Static hissed back at me. No stations, no voices. Just the crackle of silence. The hitchhiker finally spoke, voice low and steady. "You've been running from this for a long time." I swallowed hard. He wasn't wrong. I'd buried things, hidden pieces of myself beneath layers of routine and excuses. But how could he know that? How could a stranger, picked up on the side of the road, know the parts of me I'd fought to forget? I looked at him, really looked, for the first time. His face wasn't sinister or threatening, just tired and patient, like someone who'd been waiting for this moment longer than I cared to imagine. "What do you want from me?" My voice was barely a whisper. "To face it," he said simply. "To stop running." The words felt like ice in my veins. I thought about the accidents he predicted, the disasters on the road ahead. How he'd warned me, not just about what was coming, but about what I was carrying inside myself. I realized then that the real danger wasn't the highway or the shadows beyond the fence. It was the truth I'd been avoiding, the mistakes I tried to bury beneath years of silence. The heater sputtered, then clicked off. Cold air rushed in through the cracked window, carrying with it the faint scent of smoke and something metallic. I shivered, wrapping my arms around myself. "Why me?" I asked. He met my eyes. "Because you're the only one who can stop it." I didn't understand. Couldn't. But somewhere deep inside, a part of me believed him. I started the engine again, the car lurching forward onto the road. The night stretched before us, endless and uncertain. But this time, I wasn't alone. Not really. The next morning, sunlight filtered weakly through the gray clouds, casting a pale light over the highway. I pulled off at the next rest stop, the weight of the night settling heavily on my shoulders. The hitchhiker was asleep in the passenger seat, peaceful for the first time since I'd picked him up. I watched him for a while. There was something about him that didn't quite fit, something that felt more like a mirror than a man. He was part of the darkness I'd been running from, the part of myself I hadn't wanted to face. I stepped out of the car, the cold air sharp in my lungs. The world felt different now, more fragile, more real. I realized that the road ahead wasn't just a stretch of asphalt and danger. It was a path to something I'd been avoiding, my own past, my own fears. I knew the hitchhiker wouldn't be coming with me much longer. He was a guide, a shadow that had led me to a crossroads. Now, it was up to me to choose which way to go. As I locked the car and started walking toward the small diner across the highway, I glanced back one last time. The hitchhiker was awake now, watching me with that same tired patience. He nodded once, almost imperceptibly, then disappeared into the shadows between the trees. I didn't know where he went or why he'd come into my life. But I knew this: whatever had happened on that road, whatever warnings he'd given, the real journey was just beginning. The diner was warm inside, the smell of fresh coffee and fried eggs wrapping around me like a soft blanket. I sat by the window, watching cars pass by, feeling the hum of life around me. For the first time in a long time, the past didn't feel like a weight. It felt like something I could carry. The hitchhiker's warnings echoed in my mind, not as threats, but as something like guidance. I had no illusions that the road ahead would be easy. But maybe, just maybe, I was ready to face whatever came next. Outside, the highway stretched on, endless and unpredictable. But I was no longer driving blind. Silence. Complete silence. And then, a slow, steady breath. I was still here. And I was still moving forward. The sky shifted hues as dusk settled, casting long shadows over the worn asphalt. Each mile felt less like escape and more like discovery, peeling back layers I hadn't known I carried. Somewhere ahead, a flicker of light promised shelter, or at least a pause, a chance to catch my breath before the next chapter unfolded. The headlights cut through the darkening road, a narrow beam that barely touched the edges of the forest lining both sides. I kept my eyes fixed ahead, but my mind drifted to the figure I'd met just hours before, the woman at the roadside diner with eyes that seemed to hold entire galaxies. She had offered no judgment, only a quiet understanding that felt like an anchor amid the storm inside me. Her name was Mara. She didn't ask about where I was going or why I looked like the weight of the world had settled on my shoulders. Instead, she slid a cup of coffee across the counter and said, "Sometimes, the road doesn't just take you places. It shows you who you really are." I hadn't known what to say, so I just nodded, savoring the warmth of the cup in my hands. Now, as the night deepened around me, those words echoed softly, a gentle reminder that maybe this journey was about more than just distance. Ahead, the flicker of light grew steadier, a small, weathered cabin with smoke curling from its chimney. Maybe it was just another stop, or maybe it was the place where the next part of the story would begin. Either way, I was ready to find out. Story 5, Factory of the Forgotten, Machinery Comes Alive. The night was colder than I expected for early May, a damp chill that seeped through the thin fabric of my jacket like it belonged there. I'd been working a late shift at the diner downtown, and the silence after hours always made my thoughts noisier. The hum of the city faded behind me as I turned onto Maple Street, the one that led to the factory's back entrance. The streetlights above flickered unevenly, casting long shadows that pulled like spilled ink. A dog barked somewhere distant, sharp and sudden, then nothing but the faint rustle of leaves stirred by a light breeze. The factory itself was a hulking mess of broken windows and peeling paint. I'd seen it 100 times from the bus or on my way home, but tonight it looked different. Less like a building and more like a beast lying in wait. I tried to shake the feeling off, telling myself the place had been shut down for years. No one had worked here since the late 90s, or so the stories said. Still, I felt a twitch of hesitation when I pushed the gate open. The metal groaned like it was complaining, and the sound echoed off the empty walls. Inside, the air was thick with a smell I couldn't quite place at first, a mix of damp concrete, rust, and something faintly sweet, like rotting fruit left too long in the sun. The floor beneath me was rough and uneven, littered with bits of debris that crunched underfoot. I moved slowly, the beam of my flashlight cutting through darkness that seemed eager to swallow me whole. The silence was almost complete. No wind, no distant traffic, just the faint pulse of my own breathing. I paused near what used to be the loading docks. The rusted rails on the ground disappeared into shadows, and I thought I caught a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision. Maybe a rat. Probably a rat. My hands trembled slightly as I adjusted the flashlight, trying not to let the sudden nervousness show. It was ridiculous. I'm not the kind of person who scares easily. Or at least, I wasn't. A sudden clatter from somewhere deep inside the building made me jump. My heart stumbled against my ribs, a quick, uneven beat that I hoped wasn't obvious. I swallowed hard, telling myself it was just loose metal or a falling piece of debris. The factory was old, after all. Things fell apart here all the time. Hello? My voice sounded small, cracked almost, swallowed by the vast emptiness. No answer. Just the echo of my own uncertainty. I moved toward the noise, curiosity pushing past the knot of unease in my stomach. The beam of my flashlight landed on a narrow corridor lined with old machinery, giant vats and conveyor belts coated in a thick layer of grime. The metal surfaces caught the light and gleamed faintly, like they were waiting. As I stepped closer, a faint vibration hummed through the floor. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but the low, rhythmic thrum grew louder, more insistent. The machinery was not dead. It was alive. I blinked, staring at the control panel on the wall. The buttons flickered weakly, some lights pulsing in an uneven pattern. The factory wasn't as abandoned as I'd been told. Whoever or whatever had been here was still using this place, still running this mess of metal and wires. A metallic hiss hissed through the air, like the breath of some slumbering giant. My stomach tightened. I took a step back, but the noise didn't stop. It deepened, shifting into a wet, sucking sound like something being pulled through pipes, or sludge moving beneath the surface. My mind raced. Organic waste. That was the factory's last known purpose, right? Processing the town's organic garbage, compost, maybe even sewage. But it was supposed to be shut down, decommissioned years ago. Ghost stories told of rats, maybe squatters taking shelter, but nothing more. I crouched beside one of the vats. The metal rim was cold and rough against my fingertips, slick with moisture that smelled faintly acidic. I shone the light inside. Darkness. But not empty darkness. Something moved just beneath the surface, a slow, pulsing shadow that rippled like a living thing. I leaned in closer, breath catching in my throat. The surface of the waste shifted, almost as if something inside was struggling. There was a faint, wet gurgle, and a vague shape that twisted just beyond the beam's reach. I stepped back sharply, heart hammering. This wasn't supposed to be happening. The factory was supposed to be dead. Who's there? I called, voice steadier this time, but still carrying an edge I couldn't hide. Silence answered, thick and heavy. I fumbled with my phone, fingers slippery with sweat despite the cold. No signal. Of course. The building's walls were thick and old. I cursed under my breath, a quiet, bitter sound. Then, a shadow detached itself from the dark far end of the corridor. I froze. The figure moved slowly, deliberately, stepping into the weak light. A man. His clothes were filthy, stained with grime and something darker. His eyes caught the light and held me calm, watchful, and unsettlingly still. Why are you here? His voice was low, rough like gravel scraped across metal. I swallowed, trying to force words past the sudden dryness in my mouth. Just looking. Didn't mean to. You shouldn't be here, he interrupted, stepping closer. The smell hit me then, sour and sickly, like the vats themselves. This place isn't empty. I wanted to back away, but my feet felt rooted. The factory, the noise, the smell, they all pressed in, squeezing the air from my lungs. He gestured toward the vats. They're still running. And there's something in there. Something that doesn't want to be found. His words sent a cold pulse through me. I swallowed again, heart still pounding in a frantic rhythm I couldn't quite catch. Why? I finally managed. Why keep it going? He shook his head, eyes dark and unreadable. Some things get trapped. Some things don't die when you want them to. I blinked. The phrase didn't make sense, but I felt the weight of it settle over the room like a second skin. Behind him, the machinery groaned, the hiss and gurgle rising like a slow, terrible heartbeat. And I realized then that whatever was inside those vats wasn't just waste. It was alive. The air was thick with that sour tang, the same rotten sweetness that clung to the vats, when I finally forced myself to move. You said they're still running, I whispered, voice barely steady. But who's maintaining this? Who's here? He didn't answer at first. Instead, he moved closer to the vats, his silhouette slipping between pools of flickering light and shadows. The yellow bulbs overhead buzzed and flickered, a dying heartbeat of the factory, and the floor underfoot was slick with something wet, but I couldn't tell if it was oil, water, or something worse. The night crew, he said finally, voice low and tight. Not official, not sanctioned. They come here for reasons I don't fully understand. I swallowed hard. Night crew? That explained the machinery running, but not the smell, not the quiet menace that seemed to seep from the vats themselves. I looked down at my shoes, muddy scuffs on cracked concrete, and tried to steady the tremor in my hands. Look, I said, forcing my breath out slow, I don't know what you're involved in, but I need to understand what's inside those tanks. If it's alive, what is it? How is it still alive? He shrugged, then motioned toward the closest vat. You want to see? I'll show you. But once you do, you can't pretend you didn't. I nodded, the cold running up my spine sharper now than the chill of the night air. The factory felt bigger this close, the ceiling vanishing into darkness, the walls stained with years of grime and neglect. We stepped over lengths of pipe and broken tools, the floor slick and uneven beneath our feet. As we approached the vats, the machinery's hum grew louder, more insistent. I felt the vibration through the soles of my boots, a deep, mechanical thrum that seemed almost alive. The vats were enormous steel cylinders stained dark with rust and something organic I couldn't identify. A faint steamy mist rose from their rims. He reached out and pressed a button on a nearby panel. A shutter lifted slowly, grinding on rusted tracks. Through the opening, I saw the contents, a churning mass of dark sludge, bubbles breaking the surface like slow, heavy breaths. Floating within, tangled bits of something fibrous and pale, like decayed flesh or rotten roots. The smell intensified, putrid but almost sweet in a way that made my stomach turn. Organic waste, he said quietly. But not just any. Human waste. Medical waste. Things people wanted gone. Things they thought were dead. The words hit me harder than I expected. I thought of hospitals, labs, the kind of secrets that get buried deep and forgotten, or so people hope. The machinery wasn't just processing garbage. It was hiding evidence. I squinted into the murky depths, trying to make sense of the shapes moving beneath the surface. The sludge shifted on its own, slow and deliberate, as if something beneath was pushing against it, trying to escape. See that? He said, voice dropping. It's alive. Somehow. I blinked, then leaned closer. The surface rippled again, and I caught a glimpse, something white and slick, a shape too large and too intentional to be just waste particles. A faint pulse of movement, quick and jerky, like a fish trapped in a barrel. My stomach clenched. That can't be, I breathed. Is it alive? He nodded grimly. Trapped. Maybe for years. A mistake. Or someone's secret. Whatever it is, it's screaming for help. I shivered, but the cold wasn't from the night. It was the realization that whatever was in those vats had survived the rot, the chemicals, the crushing weight of years. Something human, maybe. Or worse, something that had been human once. I turned away, mouth dry. We need to figure out how to get it out. He shook his head. You don't get it. That thing isn't just trapped by the tanks. It's trapped by the people who run this place. If they find out you're poking around, they'll come after you. A sudden clatter sounded from deeper in the factory. Instinct snapped me upright. We froze. The machinery hissed and whirred louder, the vats bubbling more violently. I felt sweat bead in my temples, the taste of metal sharp on my tongue. Who else is here? I asked, voice tight. He glanced over his shoulder, eyes sharp. No one I want to meet. The factory seemed to close in around us. The shadows lengthened, the sound of dripping water echoing like distant footsteps. I realized how exposed we were, two intruders in a place that had long ago swallowed its secrets whole. Let's keep moving, I said, forcing my legs to step forward before someone shows up. We slipped through a narrow corridor lined with cracked tiles and peeling paint. The smell faded slightly, replaced by the sharper tang of oil and rust. As we passed a tangled mess of cables and control panels, I noticed a faded sign barely hanging on one wall, safety protocol suspended. Unauthorized access prohibited. A laugh caught in my throat. Who'd care about safety here? Not with something alive and trapped, hidden in plain sight. Why keep it running at all? I asked, voice barely a whisper. He hesitated, then looked me in the eye. Because if it stops, if the vat's cool, whatever's inside will die. But if it dies, the truth will leak out. His words settled over me like a stone. They weren't just hiding waste, they were hiding a living secret. And it was clear they'd go to great lengths to keep it that way. Ahead, a faint light flickered. A door cracked open. Voices low, urgent, tarried through the stale air. I felt my heart tighten. We weren't alone. We need to listen, I said. Find out who's here. What they want. He nodded, pulling me closer to the wall. The voices grew clearer, rough and urgent. Did you see the vats? One voice breathed, tense. They're still running. The boss said no one's supposed to know, but it's not just waste in there. Yeah, the other replied, voice shaky. Something alive. I heard it last night, the splashing. Like a damn animal trapped underwater. A cold spike ran through my chest. These people weren't just maintaining the factory. They were guarding something dangerous enough to keep quiet about. I swallowed hard. Every instinct screamed to turn around, to run. But I knew I couldn't. Not yet. Whatever's in those vats, I whispered, it isn't just alive. It's a ticking clock. A distant clatter echoed again, louder this time. The light flickered wildly. The factory seemed to hold its breath. And I realized that whatever storm was gathering outside, the real danger was already inside. The question hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence. How long before they found us? The clatter came again, louder this time, metal banging against concrete, sharp and sudden in the stagnant air. I forced my eyes to adjust. A faint glow pulsed from the vats, those monstrous, rusted tanks I glimpsed through cracked windows earlier. The faint hum of machinery stirred, slow at first, then rising in pitch and volume until gears groaned and belts whirred like the factory itself was waking from a decades-long slumber. It was impossible. I'd seen the place dead, cold, empty. But now, some part of it was alive. And not just alive, working. I edged forward, every step hesitant, my shoes scraping against shards of glass and crumbling plaster. The smell hit me next, a rotten, acidic stench that clung to the back of my throat and made me gag. It wasn't just waste, there was something foul and organic, something sickly sweet beneath the usual grime. I swallowed hard, fighting the rising nausea. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice hoarse and barely there. No answer. Just a mechanical groan in that low, wet sloshing from the vats. I leaned closer, eyes wide in the faint glow, and that's when I saw it, the surface of the liquid inside rippling unnaturally, as if something beneath was pushing against the walls. Not just splashing, but struggling. Alive. Straining. The voices I'd overheard earlier weren't exaggerating. Something was trapped in those vats. Something that shouldn't be. My hands trembled, but I pressed my palm against the cold metal railing separating me from the abyss below. The vibrations from the machinery buzzed through the steel, a constant reminder that this place was still functioning, still hiding secrets. I tried to think back to the rumors I'd heard before, whispers about the factory's final days, rumors about illegal dumping and experiments with waste processing, but nothing concrete. The truth was worse, I realized. Not just dumping, but containment. Containment of something alive, something human maybe. Something forced into these vats. My head spun with questions, but the worst part was the silence around me, the absence of any other life. No footsteps, no voices. Just the factory's eerie, mechanical heartbeat and the faint, sickening splash beneath. I needed to move, needed to get closer, to see more, but the path ahead was blocked by twisted metal and fallen beams. I was trapped, cornered by the factory's own decay. Then, from deeper within the shadows, a sudden noise cracked through the stillness, a voice. Low, sharp, urgent. "You're not supposed to be here." I froze. The voice was close, too close. Not a ghost, not a shadow, human. "Show yourself," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, but my throat felt dry and tight. A figure stepped out from behind a stack of broken crates, a man, gaunt and grim, wearing a filthy jacket and a cap pulled low over his face. His eyes burned with suspicion. "You don't know what you're messing with," he said, voice rough like gravel. "This place is a tomb." I swallowed hard, trying to gauge whether he was a threat. Maybe he was one of the workers I'd heard talking, guarding the secret. Or worse, someone who'd been trapped here too long, driven mad. "Why is the factory still running?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He glanced around nervously. "They never stopped." "Not really. The vats keep going because what's inside has to stay contained. If it gets out," he broke off, eyes darting toward the vats. "You don't want to find out." A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I wanted to ask more, but a sudden noise interrupted, a distant rumble from the far end of the factory, like heavy footsteps or the scraping of something large moving. The man tensed. "They're coming back. We don't have much time." "Who?" I asked, heart pounding. "Management. The ones who run this nightmare. They don't like visitors." Panic prickled at my skin. I glanced around, realizing for the first time how isolated we were. No clear exit, no easy escape route. The broken windows let in the cold night air, but the doors? Locked or barred from the outside, probably. I swallowed my fear and nodded. "Okay. What do we do?" He hesitated, then motioned for me to follow. "First, we get out of the vats area. Then, I'll show you what's really going on here." We moved fast, slipping through rusted catwalks and narrow corridors that smelled of oil and decay. The man kept glancing back, eyes sharp, muscles coiled like a predator ready to spring. I wanted to ask his name, to know if I could trust him, but words caught in my throat. The factory was alive, its secrets dark and suffocating, and I was already too deep. The next room opened into a control center, dust-covered panels flickering to life as we entered. Screens showed grainy images of the vats, close-ups of the murky liquid pulsing beneath the surface. And then I saw it. Movement. Something dark, shifting slowly just beneath the surface of one vat. "Look," the man whispered. I stared, heart hammering. That wasn't just organic waste. It was something alive, something struggling to survive in the chemical soup. "Why?" I asked, voice cracking. They thought they could hide it. Hide the people they experimented on, turned into fuel, into fertilizer. Living bodies, trapped and broken. A wave of nausea hit me. I stepped back, hands shaking. "This is monstrous." He nodded grimly. "And it's why the factory never really died. Because those people, they're still here." The lights flickered again, and somewhere far off, a door slammed shut. The clatter echoed like a gunshot in the silence. "We need to move," the man said, voice urgent. "Because now you know. And that means you're part of this. Whether you want to be or not." I swallowed hard, the weight of what I'd uncovered pressing down on me. There was no turning back, not with the vats still bubbling, not with the factory's cold breath on my neck. The storm outside had nothing on this. The real danger was already inside, waiting. And I was trapped with it. The air thickened instantly, like stepping into a room where the walls had been squeezed inward. Behind me, the man's voice dropped into a whisper. "We don't have much time." His eyes darted toward the shadowed hallways, scanning for anything that might move. "They'll know we're here." I swallowed, tasting the sour tang of adrenaline mixed with the stale factory air, something metallic and sharp, like rust and rot. My hands trembled against the cold concrete wall. I wanted to tell him I wasn't ready. That I wanted to run far away, to leave this nightmare behind and never look back. But the truth was, I was already too far in. Too tangled in the factory's dark secret. The vats bubbled, thick and sluggish, like molasses stirred by hidden hands. I could hear the wet sloshing, the faint squelch of something alive struggling beneath the surface. It wasn't just chemical waste. It was something else. Something human. "Look." The man pointed to a narrow catwalk winding around the vats, slick with grime and something darker. "We need to get closer. See what's inside." His voice held a tense edge, like someone trying to convince himself as much as me. I hesitated. The smell hit me then, a nauseating mix of ammonia, decay, and something worse. Not just death, but suffering. Something trapped. I wanted to tear away, but my feet moved forward of their own accord. The catwalk creaked under each step, a high-pitched protest against our weight. Shadows clung to the corners, thick and suffocating. I kept my flashlight trained on the vats, the beam slicing through the darkness to reveal the churning, black liquid inside. Then I saw it. Faint movements beneath the surface, limbs, maybe? Or just distortions in the sludge. My mind tried to rationalize it. It's probably debris. Waste material shifting. But the twitching wouldn't stop. It grew more frantic, like something desperate to break free. "God," I whispered. "Are those people?" He nodded, grim. They tried to hide them here. People who were part of the experiments. Bodies thrown into these vats to dissolve, to erase the evidence. But they're still alive in a way. The thought made my stomach convulse. I couldn't look away. The surface rippled, and I caught a glimpse of a face, pale, distorted, pressed against the inside of the vat like a ghost trapped beneath glass. Eyes wide, terrified. mouth opening in a silent scream. I stumbled back, catching myself on the rusted railing. My heart hammered so hard it drowned out the mechanical roar. "This isn't possible," I said, voice cracking. "How? Why?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled a small device from his pocket, something like a remote control, and pressed a button. The vat's motion slowed, the churning easing into a steady, sinister rhythm. A hatch near the edge hissed open, revealing thick, black sludge spilling over. My pulse raced. "We need to get out," I said, but the man shook his head. "No. We have to find the control room. Shut it down. If this keeps going, whatever's inside won't survive long. Or worse, it'll spread." As if on cue, a distant clatter echoed through the factory. A heavy door somewhere slammed shut, the sound reverberating like a gunshot in the stale air. The lights flickered violently again, plunging us into near darkness for a breathless second before stabilizing. I squinted into the gloom. "Did you hear that?" He nodded, voice low. "They're coming. The security team. Or worse, the people who run this place." A cold sweat broke out along my spine. I thought about the locked doors, the labyrinth of corridors. We were trapped, and whatever lived in those vats wasn't the only danger left in this factory. "Where's the control room?" I asked, trying to steady my shaking hands. "2 floors up, past the old office blocks. But the stairs are unstable. We have to be careful." The thought of climbing through the crumbling interior, with shadows shifting all around us, made my skin crawl. I glanced back at the vats, at the faces still pressed against the black liquid, desperate and broken. I swallowed hard. "Let's go." We moved quickly, footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The factory seemed alive, groaning and creaking under its own weight. Pipes rattled overhead, dripping cold condensation onto the floor. Every sound was amplified, every shadow a possible threat. Halfway up the stairs, a sudden noise froze me in place, a faint scraping, like nails dragged across metal. I held my breath. The man stopped too, eyes scanning the swirling darkness below. "It's just the building settling," he said, but I could hear the tremor in his voice. "No," I whispered. "Something else." The scraping got louder, more deliberate. Something was moving down there. Something or someone. I glanced at him, searching for reassurance. Instead, I found the same raw fear mirrored in his eyes. "We're not alone," he said quietly. "They're here." The factory's dark secrets weren't just trapped in those vats. They were haunting us. A sudden gust swept through a broken window, carrying the stench of rain and rot. The flickering lights cast long, grotesque shadows across the walls. I felt the weight of unseen eyes tracking our every step. "Keep moving," he urged, voice barely audible. But my legs felt like lead. I couldn't shake the image of those faces beneath the sludge, their silent screams etched into my mind. Suddenly, from the darkness below, a voice hissed, a harsh whisper, barely audible but unmistakable. "Why are you here?" The blood drained from my face. I froze, every nerve screaming. The man's hand tightened on my arm. "Stay calm," he said. "Who's there?" I called out, voice trembling. Silence. Then footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Approaching. The factory wasn't just a place of death and decay. It was a cage. And now, the inmates were awake. I swallowed the lump in my throat, heart pounding so loud it echoed in my ears. No tool. No escape routes. Just the cold, unforgiving darkness and whatever waited for us in the shadows. "Come on," the man whispered. This way. We slipped through a narrow doorway, the stale air pressing in, thick with the scent of chemicals and desperation. The control room was close. It had to be. But as we rounded the corner, the lights flickered one last time and then went out completely. Silence. Complete silence. And then, a cold hand gripped my wrist from the darkness. The cold hand on my wrist tightened for a heartbeat, then loosened as if reconsidering. Easy, the man whispered. His voice was low, steady, the kind of calm that felt like a lifeline. It's just me. His fingers brushed mine, confirming we were both still there, still breathing. I blinked. The darkness felt less like a void and more like a dense, living thing watching, waiting. We moved cautiously toward where the control room should be. The air grew colder, sharp enough to sting my lungs with every inhale. The smell was worse here, a sickly sweet stench that churned my stomach. I swallowed hard, trying not to imagine what must still be churning in those vats below. The man's hand found the wall, rough concrete beneath his fingertips, guiding us. I could hear his breath, steady and controlled, even when mine was ragged. They're still here, he said, voice barely above a whisper. Some of them. The ones who never left. I wanted to ask what he meant, but the words died in my throat. Instead, I focused on the faint hum that began to throb beneath the silence, a mechanical heartbeat. The factory was waking up again, its monstrous machinery stirring. Ahead, a pale glow flickered through a cracked door. We edged closer, senses straining. I could hear the low whine of motors, the clanking of chains, the splashing and gurgling of something organic being moved and processed. The vats. Look. The man pointed to a small panel near the door, its screen flickering with static and half-formed numbers. Power's back. Someone's running this place. I pressed my palm against the door's cold metal surface. It vibrated slightly, alive with motion. The faintest sound of something moving inside, wet, desperate, and faintly human. Who would still be here? I asked, voice cracking. Why? He shook his head, eyes dark. I don't know. But we're not alone. The door creaked open a fraction, and the light spilled into the hallway, stark and unforgiving. Inside, vats lined the room, their surfaces slick with grime, pipes humming as they pumped. Inside one of the vats, I caught a glimpse of something writhing beneath the surface. Pale limbs, twisted and twitching. The outline of a face, blurred by the murky liquid. Eyes wide open, staring. I swallowed bile. The machinery wasn't just processing waste. It was processing people. Or what was left of them. God, I breathed. They're alive. No, the man's voice was sharp, cracked with disbelief. They're trapped. We stepped inside, the floor slick beneath our feet. The vats hissed and gurgled, their contents shifting with unnatural sluggishness. The sickly sweet stench was overpowering now, thick and clinging to my skin. This isn't some ghost story, I said, voice trembling. It's real. It's them. They're prisoners. The man nodded grimly. The factory's been a prison for years. I heard rumors, but I never believed it. Until now. I wanted to look away, to deny what my eyes were telling me, but I couldn't. There was no escaping the horror of those living shadows trapped in the vats, human, broken, forgotten. Why? I whispered. Why keep them here? He looked at me, eyes haunted. Control. Fear. Profit. It's all twisted together. They use the vats to hide the evidence, to erase the past. But people don't just vanish. The machinery hummed louder, a monstrous lullaby. Then one of the vats shuddered violently, a muffled scream echoing from within. My hands trembled. I wanted to help, but I was helpless. "We have to get out," I said, voice hollow. "Before they find us." He hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah. Before this place decides we're part of the process." We backed away slowly, the vats seeming to pulse around us, alive with suffering. The factory wasn't just a place of death, it was a living nightmare, an oubliette where the lost were condemned to drown in silence. Outside, the night air hit us like a shock. Cold, fresh, and impossibly real. I leaned against the brick wall, heart still hammering, eyes fixed on the factory's dark silhouette. The man was silent beside me, his breath steady but heavy. "Will anyone believe us?" I asked after a long pause. He looked at me, tired but resolute. "We'll make sure they do." The next day, the world seemed impossibly bright. The sun filtered through the dusty windows of my apartment, but its warmth felt distant, almost mocking. I kept replaying the factory's horrors in my mind, the vats, the trapped souls, the mechanical heartbeat that refused to die. I called every journalist, every agency I could think of. I sent photos, recordings, anything that could expose the truth. But the factory was a leviathan, and powerful hands worked hard to keep its secrets buried. Still, I couldn't stop. I had to believe that somewhere, someone was listening. Weeks passed. The nightmares didn't fade. Sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I could still hear the hiss of machinery, the wet gurgle of those vats, the faint whisper of voices trapped beneath the surface. I stopped going out at night. The shadows felt too thick, too heavy with unspoken threats. I found myself checking every lock, every window, even though the danger wasn't from outside, it was inside me now. But something else had changed, too. A quiet resolve, a refusal to forget. I wasn't the same person who had stepped into that factory. The weight of what I'd seen pressed down on me, shaping my thoughts, my fears, my hopes. I started writing long, rambling accounts of that night, the people I'd almost touched, the silence that screamed louder than any voice. Maybe it was therapy. Or maybe it was a warning. One evening, as I sat by the window, the city's lights flickering in the distance, I thought I saw a shadow move just beyond the glass. A figure, watching. Waiting. I shivered. Or maybe I was just remembering. The factory's echoes never left me. Not fully. And I knew, no matter how far I ran or how hard I fought, the cages it built were still there, inside and out. But I was done hiding. The truth was out now, tangled in the darkness and the light, the living and the lost. And I would carry it with me, wherever I went. Story 6, Fractured Perception, Unveiling Hidden Realities. The morning started like any other, except for the migraine that hit me out of nowhere before I even touched my coffee. I stood still a moment, gripping the counter's chipped edge, the rough ceramic cool under my fingers. The smell of last night's takeout lingered faintly, a mix of soy and stale grease that usually didn't bother me. Today, it felt off, like a warning in the air I couldn't place. I shook my head and tried to focus on the calendar hanging crookedly on the wall. The dates were clear, but the faces of the people in the photos around it, family, friends, coworkers, seemed to shift just a little. I started where they shouldn't have. Smiles that once felt warm felt thin and stretched too wide, like painted masks cracking at the edges. I know how that sounds. A migraine messing with my vision, probably. That's what I told myself as I poured the coffee, the dark liquid steaming in the mug, smelling bitter with a hint of burnt grounds. I took a sip, but the taste was strange, metallic, almost like licking a penny. "Hey," my roommate called from the living room, his voice muffled but familiar. "You okay?" I cleared my throat. "Yeah, just a headache." Maybe you should lie down." His footsteps shuffled closer, the soft thud of socks on carpet filling the small apartment. "You look pale." I nodded, though he couldn't see. Pale. That word echoed oddly in my head, as if someone else had said it about me weeks ago. No, months ago. Maybe longer. The migraine pulsed again, throbbing now, relentless, and I leaned against the wall, the rough plaster scratching through my thin shirt. I tried to steady my breathing, counting in and out. In. Out. In. The room tilted slightly, and I blinked until the walls stopped breathing. The living room was quiet except for the hum of the radiator, a low, steady noise like distant thunder. Outside, cars passed lazily on the street, tires whispering against wet pavement. The air smelled faintly of rain, or something like rain, damp concrete, freshly cut grass, maybe a hint of gasoline from a nearby station. I sat down on the couch, the fabric prickly beneath my palms. My roommate, Mark, flopped beside me with a sigh, scrolling through his phone. The glow from the screen painted his face in pale blue light, but even that seemed strange. His expression was too blank, too practiced, like a mask. I caught myself staring too long, and the familiar cracks in his smile made me look away. "Are you sure you're okay?" he asked again, voice softer now. "Yeah," I said. "Just tired." But tired didn't feel right. Something was wrong. I could see it in the way people moved around me lately, the way their faces subtly betrayed a secret they were desperate to hide. It wasn't paranoia, I told myself that. Just a strange side effect of the migraine. But the feeling stuck, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. That afternoon I went to work, hoping the routine would ground me. The office was a small, cramped space on the third floor of an old brick building, the kind with creaky floors and faded wallpaper peeling at the corners. The smell of stale coffee and printer ink was thick in the air, and the fluorescent lights buzzed quietly overhead. I settled in my desk, fingers tapping nervously on the keyboard as I tried to focus on reports and emails. But the faces of my coworkers kept shifting. Sandra from accounting, who always smiled too brightly, her eyes darting away whenever I caught her looking. Tom, who laughed loudly but whose voice seemed forced, as if he was rehearsing a joke for an audience that wasn't there. Even my boss, Mr. Heller, had a way of tilting his head just so, narrowing his eyes in a way that felt less like curiosity and more like calculation. I rubbed my temples. The migraine had faded but left a residue of unease. I was hyper-aware of every glance, every half-smile that didn't quite reach the eyes. It was like I was seeing a layer beneath the surface, a hidden web of tension and distrust that everyone else ignored or pretended wasn't there. At lunch, I sat alone in the park across the street, the damp grass clinging to my jeans. The air smelled fresh, the faint tang of earth and moss mixing with the distant scent of grilled food from nearby vendors. Children's laughter echoed faintly, but it felt muted, like sound underwater. I watched people pass by, couples holding hands, a man walking his dog, a woman reading a book on a bench. Their faces seemed normal, but the moment I looked too long, subtle strains appeared, tight jaws, eyes flickering with impatience or something darker. I chewed my sandwich slowly, tasting only boredom and a weird metallic aftertaste that lingered like a bad memory. My hands trembled slightly, and I wondered if I was losing it. Back at the office, things got worse. Emails from Sandra were curt, devoid of the usual pleasantries. Tom avoided eye contact altogether. I overheard fragments of whispered conversations, voices dropping when I approached. The migraine returned, a dull hammer inside my skull, and with it, the distortions grew sharper. I left work early, the gray sky threatening rain as I walked home. The neighborhood felt different, too quiet, the usual chatter of neighbors replaced by a heavy silence. The streetlights flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to lean in closer, watching. I passed the corner store, where the clerk's smile was too quick, too forced, disappearing as soon as I made eye contact. When I reached my apartment, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, my breath shallow and uneven. I wanted to tell Mark, but the words tangled in my throat. What if he thought I was losing my mind? Besides, no one else seemed to notice. No one else saw the cracks in their faces. I was alone with this secret vision, this creeping suspicion that something was very wrong. I sat on the floor, back against the door, the cool wood pressing into my spine. The migraine flared again, sharp, wild, and I closed my eyes, willing it to stop. I pictured the normal world I used to know, the one without flickering faces and hidden fears. But even that image felt fragile, as if it could shatter at any moment. A faint sound broke the silence, a soft tapping at the window. I looked up. The rain had started, tiny droplets pattering against the glass like nervous fingers. Outside, the street was empty. I didn't move. I didn't want to see what might be lurking just beyond the glass. Because I was beginning to realize the danger wasn't in the shadows. It was in the faces around me. The rain had settled into a steady drum by the time I finally forced myself off the floor. I wanted to tell Mark everything. I really did. But the thought of his skeptical eyes, the way he might tilt his head and say I was imagining things, made my throat tighten. Who else would believe me? Nobody else had seen those flickers, those cracks in the faces. The hidden layers beneath smiles and casual glances. Still, I couldn't stay silent. Not this time. I slid down from the window, my fingers tracing the rim of the chipped windowsill. I snagged my phone from the table and started scrolling through old photos I'd taken the week before, faces of people I knew, places I'd been. At first, everything looked normal. But as I stared longer, the edges began to warp. Eyes that should have been bright looked dull, almost glassy. Mouths caught mid-smile seemed to twist into something else entirely, something forced. Was it just fatigue? Maybe dehydration or the migraine messing with my brain. I shook my head, trying to push the doubt away. I needed proof. Something concrete. I knew where to start. The office. Mark was still there, probably working late. If anyone could help me make sense of this, it was him. Or so I hoped. The moment I stepped outside, the cold rain slapped my face, wet and biting. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric sticking to my skin. The street was deserted, the usual buzz of city life swallowed by the night and the storm. A stray dog barked somewhere in the distance, the sound sharp and thin. On the way, I kept glancing at the people I passed. The barista at the corner cafe, the man hunched over his phone, the woman walking her dog, all seemed normal at first. But then came the flickers again. That subtle, sickening shift beneath the surface. Like they were wearing masks made of skin. I paused outside the office building, heart knocking against my ribs. The lobby was empty except for the night janitor, a middle-aged man with tired eyes and a lopsided grin. His smile didn't reach his eyes. I noticed the way his fingers tapped a nervous rhythm against the mop handle. "Hey," I said, voice rough. "Have you seen anything unusual tonight? Around here?" He looked up, startled, then forced a chuckle. "Unusual? Lady, it's just another rainy night. Folks keep to themselves." His eyes darted to the security camera above the elevator. "You sure you're okay?" I hesitated. "Just had a headache. Weird stuff on my mind." He nodded slowly, then smiled again. "Well, you're not the first. People get strange sometimes, especially when it rains." I stepped toward the elevator, but something made me stop. The janitor's eyes flicked to the side, as if he was watching someone or something just out of my sight. The air felt heavier, tighter. I pressed the button, the soft ding of the arriving elevator echoing in the silence. Inside, the air was stale, tinged with a faint scent of disinfectant and old carpet. The lights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that stretched and bent. Mark's floor was 2 levels up. I had almost reached the door to his office when I heard it, a low murmur, voices just beyond the thin walls. Not quite loud enough to be a conversation, but too deliberate to be background noise. Curious, I pressed my ear to the door. The voices grew clearer. "Can't risk it leaking again," someone whispered, sharp and urgent. "They don't know yet." "We have time," another replied, calmer but firm. I pulled back, heart hammering. What was going on? I didn't know these voices, but the words felt heavy, like secrets wrapped in danger. I knocked softly. Mark's door swung open almost immediately. He looked up from his desk, surprise flickering across his face. "Hey, what are you doing here?" His voice was low, cautious. I needed to talk," I said, suddenly self-conscious. The migraine throbbed again. "There's something wrong. I think people are hiding things. Things I can see but can't explain." He rubbed his temples, sighing. "You've been under a lot of stress, you know. Maybe the migraine's messing with your head." I shook my head. "No." I saw them. Faces. Not like before. Like peeling back layers and finding something rotten underneath. Mark's eyes narrowed. "That sounds intense. You want to sit?" I nodded, sinking into the chair across from him. The office smelled faintly of coffee and old paper. Outside, the rain continued its relentless patter. "I'm serious," I said. "I don't think it's just in my head. Last night, I saw the janitor. He wasn't himself. And just now, I overheard voices talking about something secret. Something dangerous." Mark leaned back, studying me. "You want me to check it out? Maybe ask around?" I hesitated. Was I dragging him into something he didn't want to be part of? But the alternative, facing this alone, felt worse. "Please," I whispered. He nodded. "All right. Tomorrow, I'll see what I can find out. But you need to rest tonight, okay? Don't push yourself." I agreed, though the migraine whispered warnings of sleeplessness ahead. Before I left, Mark's phone buzzed on his desk. He glanced down, frowning. "It's from Sarah," he muttered. "She's worried about the project. Says something's off with the data." "More secrets," I said, biting my lip. "Yeah," he replied. "This might be bigger than we thought." Outside, the rain had slowed to a drizzle. The street lamp flickered above us, casting uneven light that danced in the wet pavement. On the walk home, I tried to steady my breathing. The city felt different tonight, colder, sharper, as if everything was holding its breath. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. "You're looking too close. Stop." I dropped the phone into my pocket, fingers trembling. "Stop?" I wasn't about to stop. Not now. Because the faces hiding danger weren't going away. And neither was I. The rain had barely stopped when I pulled my coat tighter against the chill. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever I'd uncovered wasn't just some minor glitch or coincidence. It was something bigger. More dangerous. And now, with Sarah worried about the data and Mark's own unease, the normal rhythms of my life felt like a thin veneer cracking under pressure. I tried calling Mark again before bed, but his phone went straight to voicemail. That only made the silence feel heavier. The kind of silence that stretches and tightens, making every creak and groan in my apartment sound like a warning. I sat on the edge of my bed, the sheets rough against my skin, trying to steady my breathing. I kept replaying the scene at Mark's office, the way his face had hardened when Sarah's message arrived, the way he glanced at me like I was teetering on the edge of something I couldn't understand yet. He said he'd look into it tomorrow, but I wasn't sure if looking into it was just a polite way of saying trying to protect me from something I didn't need to see. The migraine pulsed again, sharper this time, and I pressed my palm against my forehead. I could almost taste the metallic tang of fear creeping into my mouth, bitter and cold. I didn't sleep. Not really. The shadows in my room stretched and shifted, and I kept catching glimpses out of the corner of my faces I didn't recognize standing just beyond the window, or a flicker of movement in the hallway. I told myself it was just the migraine messing with my perception, but I wasn't sure anymore. Morning came gray and damp. The city buzzed with its usual noise, car horns, distant sirens, the rumble of buses, but it all felt sharper, like the world had been turned up a notch and I wasn't sure I could keep up. I met Mark at his office. He looked tired, the lines around his eyes deeper than the night before. His desk was cluttered with printouts and scribbled notes, the air heavy with the faint smell of stale coffee and paper. "Sarah sent me something," he said without preamble, sliding a folder across the desk. I flipped it open. The data didn't make sense at first, charts and tables with small, almost imperceptible inconsistencies. But then I saw it, a pattern of subtle manipulations, numbers shifted just enough to hide something critical. "Someone's been altering the data," I said, voice low. "On purpose." Mark nodded. "And not just a little. The whole project might be built on lies." I swallowed hard. This wasn't just about a mistake or a cover-up. It was deliberate. Someone wanted to keep the truth buried, and they'd gone to great lengths to do it. "Do we know who?" I asked. He hesitated, then shook his head. "Not yet. But I'm digging. And I think Sarah might have more than just the data." She sounded scared. Scared. The word echoed in my mind. It wasn't just paranoia anymore. There were real stakes here. I glanced around the office. The usual hum of computers felt oppressive, like the walls were closing in. I noticed a small photo on Mark's desk, a group of people smiling, frozen in time. But even in the photo, the smiles felt forced, like masks. "Mark," I said, "if this gets out, if we push too hard." He cut me off. "I know. There's no turning back now." That admission hit me harder than I expected. No turning back. I'd crossed some invisible line, and the world I thought I understood was slipping away. After the meeting, I walked the streets, trying to clear my head. The city's usual soundtrack felt twisted, the laughter from a nearby cafe sounded brittle, the chatter on the bus sharp and clipped. Faces I passed held something underneath, a flicker of something I couldn't name. Deception? Fear? Or maybe just the weight of secrets they carried. I stopped at a small park, the damp grass squishing under my shoes. The air smelled faintly of wet leaves and exhaust fumes. I sat on a bench, watching a dog tug its owner's sleeve insistently. The mundane moment felt strange, almost alien. My phone buzzed again. Another message from that unknown number. "You're in too deep. There's no way out." I dropped the phone onto the bench, heart hammering so loud I was sure people nearby could hear it. The words weren't just a threat, they were a grim promise. I thought about calling Sarah, but the migraine flared again, sharp and relentless. My vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, I caught a glimpse of a man across the street watching me. Not just watching, studying. His eyes locked with mine for a heartbeat before he turned and disappeared into the crowd. I didn't follow. I couldn't. Instead, I got up and walked away, every nerve screaming that I was being watched, hunted even, though by what or whom I couldn't say. Back home, I locked the door and checked the windows twice. The usual noises of the city filtered in, the distant hum of traffic, a siren far away, but inside, the silence pressed down like a weight. I sat at my desk, staring at my laptop. The files I collected, the messages, the distorted faces, they were all pieces of a puzzle I wasn't sure I wanted to finish. But I had to. Because the moment I stopped looking, the moment I let the fear win, was the moment I lost everything. And now, there was no going back. Just then, my phone buzzed one last time. A new message, this time from Mark. Meet me at the old warehouse. Midnight. Come alone. I stared at the screen, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay suddenly too cold, too quiet around me. The migraine faded, but the tension didn't. The point of no return wasn't a place I crossed, it was a moment. And I just stepped into it. The old warehouse wasn't hard to find. I checked my phone again. Midnight was close. Mark's message played over in my head, come alone. The words felt like a trap. But the alternative, ignoring it, was worse. I couldn't shake the feeling that he held the key to whatever was unraveling around me, even if the key came wrapped in danger. The door to the warehouse was ajar, creaking softly as the wind nudged it. I hesitated, fingertips brushing the chipped paint, rough with splinters scratching my skin. My pulse hammered in my ears louder than the distant city hum. I stepped inside, and the darkness swallowed me whole. The air was thick with dust and something else bitter, like burnt paper. My shoes scuffed against the cracked concrete floor, echoing in the cavernous space. The faint outlines of metal shelving and abandoned crates emerged from the gloom. I tried to make sense of the shapes, but the shadows shifted with every blink, twisting faces into masks I couldn't trust. And then I heard it, a voice. Low, cautious, familiar. Over here. Mark's whisper came from a corner dimly lit by a single bare bulb, swinging slightly as if disturbed by a draft. I moved cautiously, every step measured. The bulb's light flickered against his face, revealing more than I wanted. His eyes, once steady, now darted nervously, almost too quick. The subtle distortions I'd been seeing lately were back, more vivid than ever. His smile faltered, the edges twitching like a bad signal. Mark, I said, voice brittle. What's going on? Why here? Why now? He ran a hand through his hair, voice dropping even lower. I can't say much. Not here. They're watching. Who? The word came out sharper than I intended. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists at my sides. He shook his head. You don't understand. It's not just about you or me. It's bigger. This place. It's where I found the truth. His eyes locked on mine, desperate, pleading. But it's dangerous. They won't let us walk away. The room seemed to close in, the air, cold and heavy with silence growing colder. The buzz of the light intensified, a high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache. I swallowed again, the metallic taste returning, stronger. Tell me everything, I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I wondered if I was ready. If I ever would be. Mark hesitated, glancing over his shoulder toward the shadows. Not here. Follow me. I followed, stepping deeper into the warehouse where the darkness almost felt solid. He led me to a narrow stairwell descending into the basement. The walls were rough, the plaster crumbling under years of neglect. Each step creaked beneath my weight, a slow, deliberate rhythm matching the pounding in my chest. At the bottom, the air was colder still, damp and heavy with the smell of mildew and forgotten things. The faint glow of a laptop screen flickered in the corner, illuminating folders sprawled across a battered table. Papers, photographs, and notes tangled together in a chaotic mess. Mark gestured toward the screen. This is what I've been piecing together. Names, places, connections. People you thought you knew. His voice cracked. They're not who they seem. I leaned in, squinting at the screen. Faces stared back at me, some familiar, others strange, but all with that same eerie distortion. The edges of their expressions blurred, smiles that didn't reach their eyes that seemed to flicker with something else: fear, guilt, deception. Why didn't you tell me this before? I asked, the weight of betrayal settling over me like a stone. I thought I could protect you, he whispered. But they're watching. Listening. They know we're onto them. A sudden noise, soft footsteps above us, made us both freeze. The warehouse creaked again, the sound closer now. My breath hitched, every nerve screaming. Someone's here, I said, voice barely audible. Mark grabbed a flashlight from the table, clicking it on. The beam swept over the basement walls, revealing old pipes, cobwebs, and the faint outline of a door. We moved toward it, senses sharp. The footsteps grew louder, deliberate, echoing in the empty space above. I felt my skin prickle, the familiar migraine pulse returning, dull but insistent. The distortions from earlier returned with a vengeance, faces in the shadows, eyes that watched without blinking. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision, but the room seemed to twist around us. The door creaked open above, a shadow falling down the stairwell. My heart leapt, but this time, I recognized the shape. Lisa? The name slipped out before I could stop it. The figure paused, then stepped into the dim light. Her smile was too wide, too forced. Those eyes were different. Hollow, cold. You shouldn't be here, she said softly, voice like silk stretched tight over steel. I swallowed, mouth dry. Why are you following me? What do you want? She tilted her head, eyes glinting with something unreadable. I'm just worried about you. You don't know what you're getting into. Mark stepped forward, voice steady but low. We're not afraid of you. Lisa laughed, a sound that didn't reach her eyes. You should be. The air thickened, tension snapping tight between us like a wire about to fray. I could taste the sharp tang of fear mingling with the cold dampness. The migraine throbbed stronger now, each pulse a hammer blow to my skull. I wanted to run, to scream, but my feet were rooted. Why, Lisa? I asked, voice barely a whisper. Why all the lies? She took a slow step closer, that smile never faltering. Because sometimes the truth is too dangerous. And some secrets, they're better left buried. A sudden noise from behind us, a metallic clang, made us all turn. The basement door slammed shut, plunging us into near darkness. The flashlight flickered, then died with a sputter. Silence. Complete silence. I could hear my own ragged breath, the pounding of my heart like a drum in my ears. The shadows closed in. Lisa's presence was a cold weight pressing down on my chest. And then, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, this time coming from below us. We weren't alone. Not anymore. I swallowed hard, the taste of iron sharp on my tongue. I wanted to believe I could handle this. I had to. Because if I didn't, I was already lost. I woke to the dull scrape of rain against the window, the gray light filtering through the thin curtain just enough to blur the edges of the room. The migraine was gone. Or at least, It felt like it had loosened its grip, retreating into the corners of my mind where it could throb quietly without seizing control. I sat up slowly, the mattress creaking beneath me, and blinked against the pale daylight. No distortions. No flickers in the faces I saw reflected in the mirror across the room. Maybe it was over. The silence in the apartment was different from before. I noticed it immediately, the absence of the low hum that had always been there, like an undercurrent beneath the noise of the city, the faint buzz of fluorescent lights, the distant murmur of traffic. Here, now, it was just the rain and the occasional sharp tap of a branch against the glass. I reached out and brushed my hand over the cracked plaster of the wall beside my bed, rough and cold. The texture grounded me in a way I hadn't felt in weeks. I dressed slowly, choosing a sweater that smelled faintly of lavender, a leftover from a care package my sister sent. She called me yesterday, the first real conversation since I started pulling away from everyone, but I kept it brief. I didn't want to admit I was unraveling, not yet. There were too many questions I couldn't answer without sounding mad. Downstairs, the lobby was empty except for the night janitor, who gave me a nod that felt genuine and unforced. No hidden layers there. I didn't want to talk anyway. The elevator ride was quiet, the air stale with a faint scent of bleach and damp carpet. Outside, the rain had slowed to a drizzle. The street smelled of wet asphalt and old leaves, the kind of smell that carries the weight of slow decay but also a strange freshness, like something that's been washed clean but remains fragile. I walked without a destination, letting my feet carry me past familiar storefronts and faces that looked normal. Or so I thought. I stopped at the corner cafe where I used to come every morning. The barista, a woman named Clara, smiled when she saw me. But this time, I caught the hesitation in her eyes, a flicker of something guarded beneath the polite curl of her lips. I wondered if it was in my head or real. I ordered a black coffee, no sugar, no cream. The bitter taste grounded me as I watched her move behind the counter, the way her movements were a little too precise, as if she were performing a role rather than just making coffee. "You look better today," she said. Her voice was soft but forced. "Thanks," I said, managing a small smile. "It's been a tough week." She nodded, but her eyes didn't soften. Instead, they sharpened briefly, like a camera lens adjusting focus too quickly. I wanted to ask if she saw it too, the cracks in the world that no one else seemed to notice, but I didn't. I was exhausted from pretending. I left the cafe and walked toward the park. The trees were skeletal, their branches bare against the steel-gray sky. A dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and urgent, breaking the quiet. I sat on a bench, the wood damp and cold beneath my fingertips. Around me, people passed, some alone, others in pairs or groups, but their faces were solid, familiar. No distortions. No hidden fears lurking in their eyes. Or maybe I was just tired. Maybe the migraine had been a fluke. A voice jolted me from my thoughts. "Hey!" It was Martin. I hadn't seen him in nearly a month. His presence was sudden, like a shadow stepping from behind a tree. His smile was the same, but his eyes were calculating, sharp, the kind that watched and waited. "Martin," I said, trying to keep my tone neutral. "We need to talk," he said, stepping closer. His breath carried the faint scent of coffee and something else, a trace of sweat, maybe. Anxiety? Or something darker? I shifted on the bench, my heart ticking faster. "About what? You don't get it, do you?" He leaned in, voice low. "Everything you're seeing, it's not just in your head." I swallowed, the bitter taste of my coffee rising again. "Then what is it?" He hesitated, then said, "People lie. I mean, really lie. And you're the only one who can see when they're hiding something. You think it's a curse, but it's a gift. Or a curse, maybe. Depends how you use it. I looked away, the rain beginning to fall again in soft, steady taps. His words unsettled me, but part of me wanted to believe him. I wanted clarity. Instead, all I felt was the weight of uncertainty pressing down on my chest. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "Because I'm involved." He didn't explain further. His eyes darted toward the street, wary, like he expected someone to emerge from the shadows at any moment. I wanted to ask more, but the words stuck in my throat. Martin's presence brought back all the doubts I tried to bury. The hidden layers of fear and deception weren't just in others, they were tangled in me, too. And maybe the migraine hadn't been a curse or a symptom, but a trigger. A signal. I thanked him quietly and watched him disappear into the crowd, swallowed up by the gray day. Later, at home, I sat by the window, the rain tracing lazy patterns on the glass. I thought about the past few weeks, the flickers in people's eyes, the warped angles of familiar rooms, the whispered lies that hung in the air like static. How fragile trust had become, how easily reality could fracture when you looked too closely. I reached for my phone, fingers trembling slightly, and called my sister. This time, I let the words spill out, the headaches, the visions, the paranoia. She listened without interrupting, her voice steady and warm on the other end. "You're not alone," she said. "We'll figure this out. Together." I closed my eyes, the sound of her voice a lifeline. The migraine was still there, a dull throb beneath the surface, but it no longer felt like a prison. Maybe it never had to be. I stood and moved to the mirror, meeting my own gaze for the first time in weeks. The face staring back was tired, yes, but real. No flickers, no distortions. Just me. Flawed, uncertain, but still whole. Outside, the rain eased to a drizzle. The world remained imperfect, layered with secrets and half-truths. But I was done hiding from it. Done doubting every glance, every smile. I would learn to live with the fractures, to navigate the shadows without losing myself. Because if fear and deception were everywhere, then the only thing I could trust was my own resolve. And that, for now, was enough. Silence settled again, but this time it was different. It was calm. Complete.